Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Giselle. The air in Studio A is thick enough to taste. It's a bitter cocktail of rosin, sweat, and the metallic tang of ambition. Dancers line the mirrors, their bodies creating a forest of sharp angles and impossible curves. We stretch in a state of suspended animation, a collective breath held in 50 chests, all waiting for one man to decide our fate. Maestro Terron Dubois stands at the front of the room, his posture as severe as a metronome. His eyes, small and dark, sweep across us. He could be reviewing cattle for auction. For him, we are instruments, and he's about to choose his Stradivarius. For the rest of us, it's the role that can make a career. The sugar plum fairy in the Nutcracker. The lead. The dream. My stomach is a knot of terrified butterflies. I press my forehead to my knee in a deep forward fold, focusing on the pull in my hamstrings, the steady rhythm of my own breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. It's a mantra I've used since my first recital, when I was a 7-year-old so scared she nearly threw up on her tutu. Some things never change. Giselle. My best friend Keisha's voice is a low hum beside me. I glance over. She's effortlessly laid out in a perfect center split, scrolling through her phone as if this is just another Tuesday. Her nonchalance is a carefully constructed performance I know well. Inside, she's a buzzing hive of nerves, same as me. Stop thinking so loud, she mutters without looking up. You're throwing off my aura. I offer a weak smile. Sorry. I'll try to project crippling anxiety with less volume. Appreciate it. Across the room, Clara Sterling watches us, her gaze of physical weight. Her platinum blonde hair is scraped into a bun so tight it seems to pull her lips into a permanent sneer. She's the company's technical darling, a spinning top of perfect pirouettes with a heart of ice. She believes the role is hers by divine right. Maybe it is. Her lines are cleaner than mine, her extensions higher. But I have something else, a softness, a heart I'm not afraid to show on stage. I hope it's enough. Maestro Dubois claps his hands once. The sound cracks through the studio like a whip, and a reverent silence falls. Phones disappear. Breaths hitch. As you know, he begins, his French accent lending a dramatic weight to every word. The role of the Sugar Plum Fairy is not merely a showcase of technique. It demands magic. He lets the word hang in the air. It requires a dancer who can command the stage not with arrogance, but with grace. A dancer who can tell a story with a single glance. His eyes roam the room again, passing over me, over Clara, over a dozen other hopeful faces. My pulse thunders in my ears, a frantic trapped bird. This is it. This is everything I've worked for. The 16 years of sacrifice, the bleeding toes, the missed parties. The life I've poured onto the scuffed marley floors of studios just like this one. He stops on me. His gaze is intense, analytical. He's seen every flaw, every strength. He's seen the ghost of my mother, a dancer in this very company 2 decades ago, whose own dreams were cut short. He sees the weight of that legacy. Our Sugar Plum Fairy for this season, he declares, his voice ringing with finality, will be Giselle DeLune. The knot in my stomach doesn't explode. It dissolves. A warm, liquid relief floods my veins, so potent it makes my knees feel weak. The air rushes back into my lungs on a shaky gasp. A smattering of polite applause breaks out. Keisha lets out a whoop and throws her arms around me, squeezing the life out of me. Yes, I knew it. You brilliant, beautiful woman, you did it. She whispers fiercely in my ear. I can't believe it. I breathe into her shoulder. Over her arm, I see Clara. She's clapping, a smile plastered on her face that is pure acid. It's a work of art, really. A masterpiece of manufactured pleasantries that doesn't touch the frozen fury in her eyes. Her gaze meets mine and holds it for a beat too long. The message is clear. You don't deserve this. I pull away from Keisha, my own smile feeling more genuine, more real. I will not let her dim this. I nod at Maestro Dubois, my head held high. Thank you, Maestro. I'm honored. I won't let you down. See that you do not, he says, already turning away. Leo, Giselle, you will begin rehearsals immediately. The rest of you, 5-minute water break. The spell is broken. The studio erupts into chatter. Dancers flock around me, a flurry of congratulations and air kisses. I thank them all, my face aching from smiling, but my eyes search for Leo, my partner. He's waiting for me by the bar, his familiar easy grin a balm to my frayed nerves. Leo Maxwell has been my other half on stage since we were in the junior company. He knows my rhythm, my balance, my tells, better than I know them myself. Well, look at you, Sugar Plum, he says, his voice warm. Ready to fly? Only if you're the one lifting, I reply, bumping his shoulder with mine. Congrats on your prince, by the way. Please. Was there ever any doubt? He jokes, puffing out his chest. Come on. Let's give them a little preview. I head to my dance bag to swap my warm-up booties for my point shoes. My hands are still trembling slightly. I dig past the tape, the sewing kit, the energy bars, and my fingers brush against the worn velvet cover of a small booklet. I don't need to pull it out. I know its weight, its texture by heart. It's the program from my mother's final performance of Swan Lake with this company 25 years ago. It's frayed at the edges, the pages softened with time. It's the constant, tangible reminder of the legacy I'm fighting for, of the dream she had to let go. This role, the Sugar Plum Fairy, it was the one she always wanted and never got. This is for you, Mom. I shoved the thought down, tucking it away in that deep, quiet place where I keep all my hope. There's no time for sentimentality now. There's only work. I tie the ribbons of my point shoes, the familiar ritual grounding me. Leo is already at the dead center of the stage, waiting. The accompanist begins the first few bars of the pas de deux, the notes cascading through the room like falling snow. We begin, and for a few minutes, everything else melts away. There is no jealousy, no pressure, no ghost of my mother. There is only the music and Leo. Our bodies move in a conversation we've been having for years. His hands find my waist, strong and sure. I rise onto point, my body an extension of his. We are one entity, a story unfolding in muscle and bone. But then, something is off. It's a tiny thing, almost imperceptible. On a series of supported turns, his grip is just a fraction too tight, a subtle compensation. And on his landing from a small jump, a jeté, I see it. A slight wobble in his left ankle, a flicker of something, pain, uncertainty, in his eyes before he smooths it over with a confident smile. A cold prickle of concern traces its way up my spine. I dismiss it as quickly as it comes. It's opening night jitters. The pressure is on him too. He's probably just in his head. We finish the sequence, and he dips me low, my back arching in a graceful curve. Everything okay? I murmur, my voice low enough that only he can hear. Perfect, partner, he says, his breathing a little heavier than usual. Just finding my footing. Ready to run the final lift? Always. We reset. This is our signature move, the one that always leaves the audience breathless. The coda. The peak. The music swells. A triumphant, soaring crescendo. He runs toward me. I prep, my arms held wide, my focus narrowed to a single point. His eyes. He is my anchor. I trust him completely. His hands lock around my waist. He lifts. I am airborne, my body soaring toward the lights. It's a moment of pure, weightless ecstasy. I hit my pose, a perfect arabesque in the sky. Below me, Leo's muscles are coiled. His expression becomes unreadable. Suddenly, the music distorts. Or maybe it's not the music. Maybe it's the sound that rips through the studio. A sound that is horribly organic. A dry, sharp crack, like a branch snapping underfoot. Leo's face contorts, not in concentration, but in agony. His eyes widen in shock and pain. His hands, my anchor, my foundation, spasm. His support vanishes. Gravity, the dancer's oldest enemy, reclaims me with a vicious yank. The world tilts, a dizzying, sickening lurch. There is no floor, no ceiling, only a terrifying void. I am falling, but it's Leo's cry, a raw, guttural sound of pure pain that shatters me. He collapses beneath me, his leg folding at an unnatural angle. I land in a tangle of limbs, my own body absorbing some of the impact, but my mind is a million miles away, stuck on that single, horrifying sound. The music cuts out. The chatter of the studio dies. A thick, ringing silence descends, broken only by Leo's ragged, agonized gasps from the floor. I scramble up, my own aches and pains non-existent. Leo! He's on the floor clutching his ankle, his face chalk white and beaded with sweat. His ankle, it's wrong, twisted, swelling already. My dream, so bright and beautiful and real just moments ago, doesn't fade. It shatters into 1,000 tiny glittering pieces, right here on the unforgiving wood of the studio floor.
Chapter 2. Sebastian. The G sharp on this upright piano is a liar. It's flat, just enough to be a dissonant little prickle under the skin every time I have to play it, which, in a waltz for a class of 6-year-olds in pink leotards, is often. My fingers move over the keys with a precision that is unrelated to passion and everything to do with muscle memory. It's a job. I play the music. The little girls try to resemble swans, and the clock on the wall ticks its way toward 5 p.m. This is my life now. A series of predictable notes in a dusty studio that smells of pine sol and chalky ballet slippers. It's a safe, quiet, beige-colored existence. Purgatory in 3/4 time. And plie, and stretch. Very good, angels, calls Brenda, the studio owner. Her voice is perpetually cheerful, a stark contrast to the hollow space in my chest. She claps her hands, which are covered in what looks like glitter glue. Mr. Cole, can we have the finale music, please? I nod, not speaking, and transition into the familiar, jaunty tune. My body is a study in stillness. I sit straight-backed on the bench, my shoulders squared, my movements economical. It's a control I've perfected over the last 4 years, this rigid stillness. I've built a cage of discipline around the dancer I used to be, and most days I can't even hear him rattling the bars. The class ends in a flurry of clumsy curtsies and giggles. The girls swarm the exit, their parents waiting with juice boxes and questions about their day. Brenda bustles over to the piano, wiping her hands on her leggings. You're a lifesaver, Sebastian. Seriously, she says, her smile genuine and completely oblivious. They've never been so focused. You have a gift. The irony is a bitter pill on my tongue. A gift, right. My gift used to be defying gravity on the world's most prestigious stages. My gift was making an audience of thousands hold their breath. Now, my gift is not scaring 6-year-olds. It's an improvement, I suppose. It's just playing the piano, Brenda. I say. My voice sounds rusty, like a machine that's rarely used. Don't sell yourself short. You're coming back Thursday, right? Wouldn't miss it. She beams, then heads off to corral the last of the tiny dancers. I close the keyboard lid, the wood cool and final under my palm. I stretch my fingers, flexing them. They feel distant, like they belong to someone else and I'm just the guy operating them. It's a familiar numbness, a static that started in my hands and spread through my entire body 4 years, 7 months and 12 days ago. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out, expecting a reminder from my landlord about rent. The name on the screen makes my blood run cold. Theron Dubois. For a full 10 seconds, I just stare at it, at the name I haven't seen or heard in years. The air in my lungs turns to cement. My heart, a sluggish, reliable pump just moments before, gives a hard, painful kick against my ribs. It's a ghost calling, a phantom from a life I burned to the ground. My gut tells me to decline, to throw the phone against the wall and watch it shatter. But a deeper, more masochistic impulse takes over. I swipe to answer, my thumb stiff. Yeah? The word comes out like a shard of glass. Sebastian. His voice is exactly the same, rich, commanding, with that faint French accent that can charm patrons and eviscerate a dancer in the same breath. It has been a long time. Not long enough, I say, walking out of the studio and into the gray afternoon of downtown Oak Creek. The town is quaint, historic, a place people move to escape the city, a perfect place to disappear. I hear him sigh on the other end, a sound of theatrical impatience. I am not calling for a reunion. I have a situation, a crisis. Sounds like a personal problem. I keep my tone flat, my voice a wall. I can feel the old world trying to seep through the cracks, and I push back, reinforcing the barricades. My male principal, Leo Maxwell, just snapped his ankle. A compound fracture. I stop walking. In my mind's eye, I see it, the way a body falls when a supporting limb gives out. The sound, the silent, screaming shock that follows. My stomach churns. Tough break, I manage to say. Tough break? Sebastian, this is a catastrophe. Our season premiere of The Nutcracker is in less than a month. I'm left with a brilliant Sugar Plum Fairy, and no one in the world who can learn the pas de deux in time and do her justice. So find someone. I need a prodigy, he says, his voice lowering, becoming persuasive. Seductive. I need a dancer with the strength, the memory, the innate talent to perform a miracle. I need the best partner work of his generation. I need you. The air crackles with the unspoken things between us. The years of mentorship, the screaming matches, the triumph, the fall. A humorless laugh escapes my lips. You're out of your mind. You know I don't. I know what the world thinks it knows, he cuts in. I also know you are the most gifted male dancer I've ever trained. The talent does not simply vanish. It is in your blood, in your bones. It is waiting. It's dead, I say, the words tasting like ash. And you're the one who helped bury it. The silence on the line is heavy with accusation. He was my mentor, yes. But after the accident, after Anya, he was also the first one to walk away. His loyalty lasted only as long as my perfection. The girl, Giselle DeLune, he says, his voice softer now, a different tactic. This was her moment, her debut. She has worked her entire life for this. She is special. She deserves a partner who can make her fly, not one who will drag her down. Make her fly. The phrase echoes in the empty chambers of my memory. That was my job. To be the solid ground from which my partner could leap into the heavens. To be the unwavering strength that made her weightless. I was the platform, the axis, the reason she could spin and soar and defy the laws of physics. Until I wasn't. Until my hands failed and gravity won. I don't dance anymore, Theron, I say, and the finality in my own voice is absolute. It's the truest thing I know about myself. I'm hanging up now. Sebastian, wait. I end the call. My hand is shaking. I shove the phone back in my pocket, my knuckles white. The wall is crumbling. The cage is rattling. I can feel the ghost of that dancer clawing its way up my throat, and I choke it down. I need to go home. My apartment is as monastic and impersonal as I could make it. Gray walls, a worn couch, a bed, no photos, no art, nothing that connects me to the past. It's a waiting room for a life that's never going to start. I drop my keys on the counter and head straight for the small, cheap desk in the corner. There's a lock on the bottom drawer. A simple key is all it takes to open it. Inside, there is only one object, a black, hardcover sketchbook. It's not filled with drawings of landscapes or people. It's filled with me, the man I'm not allowed to be. I open it to a random page. It's a maelstrom of lines, arrows, and notations. It's choreography, intricate diagrams of a lift, showing the precise angle of the woman's hips, the distribution of weight, the counterbalance in the man's core. There are notes in the margins. Shift fulcrum to deltoid, not bicep. Reduces strain. And the emotional beat here is surrender, not just release. This is my secret. My shame. The one place the dancer is allowed to breathe. I fill page after page with routines that will never be performed, solos that will never be seen, partnerships that will never exist. I create silent, perfect ballets on paper because it's the only place I can't hurt anyone. It's the only place I can't fail. I'm tracing the arc of a particularly complex spin when my phone buzzes on the desk. A text message from Dubois. My thumb hovers over the delete button. Leave me alone. But he didn't type any words. It's just a link. A curse escapes my lips. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't. It's a door I should leave bolted shut. But my finger, seemingly with a will of its own, taps the screen. The link opens. It's a video, shot on a phone, grainy and dim. The setting is a darkened stage, illuminated only by a single ghost light. A woman is dancing, alone. The music is a quiet, melancholic piano piece I don't recognize. It's her, the Sugar Plum Fairy, Giselle DeLune. I watch, my critic's eye automatically dissecting her technique. Her lines are clean, her control absolute. But it's not her perfection that makes me lean closer to the screen. It's the space between the steps. The way she holds a pause just a breath longer than expected. The emotional current that runs through her, making a simple extension of her arm feel like a desperate plea. She's not executing steps. She's speaking a language I haven't heard in years, but that I understand perfectly. There's a story in her movement, one of longing and strength and a fragile sort of hope. She finishes a turn, her arms sweeping upward, her face tilted toward the imagined lights of the theater. The camera zooms in slightly. I can see the deep, rich brown of her skin, the elegant column of her throat, the fierce concentration in her dark eyes. She is magnificent. The video ends. The screen goes black. I sit there, in the silence of my empty apartment, my breath caught in my throat. I look down at my hands, which are resting on the desk. The static is gone. The numbness has receded, like a tide pulling away from the shore. The tension that had lived in her shoulders for years began to unwind. I can feel the faint grain of the cheap wood beneath my fingertips. I can feel the blood pulsing, warm and alive just under the skin. My hands don't feel like they belong to a stranger anymore. They feel like mine. And I can't stop staring at the black screen where she used to be.
Chapter 3. Giselle. Chaos is a sound. It's the frantic clicking of a phone dialing 911, the overlapping gasps of 30 dancers, and the thin, sharp sound of Leo trying and failing to breathe through the pain. My own shock is a thick blanket of cotton, muffling the world. I'm on my knees beside him, one hand hovering uselessly over his mangled ankle, the other gripping his forearm. His skin is clammy, his knuckles white where he's clenching his fist. "Breathe with me, Leo," I say, my voice a stranger in my own ears, calm and steady when everything inside me is screaming. "Come on, in through your nose." His eyes, wide with pain and disbelief, lock on mine. He tries to follow my lead, his chest hitching. "Giselle," he chokes out, a single tear tracing a path through the sweat on his temple. "My ankle." I heard it. "Shh, don't talk. Just breathe." People are moving around us, a blur of pastel leotards and horrified faces. Maestro Dubois is shouting orders. Keisha is there, a solid, warm presence at my back, her hand on my shoulder. "Paramedics are 5 minutes out," she says quietly. The next 10 minutes are a distorted, slow-motion nightmare. The paramedics arrive, their calm, professional energy, a stark contrast to our panic. They ask questions I can't answer. They cut away Leo's tights, revealing the angry, swollen flesh and the sickening, unnatural angle of his foot. I have to look away, my stomach twisting into a tight, nauseous knot. They get him onto a stretcher, and as they wheel him out, his hand finds mine in the crowd. He squeezes. "I'm sorry," he mouths, his face a mask of misery. And just like that, the cottony shock rips apart, leaving raw, aching empathy in its wake. He's sorry? He's the one whose career might have just ended on a patch of scuffed marley, and he's apologizing to me. "Don't you dare be sorry," I say, my voice thick. "Just get better. I'll see you at the hospital as soon as I can." He nods, and then he's gone. The ambulance doors slam shut, and the siren wails, fading into the city traffic. The silence he leaves behind is vast and terrifying. We all just stand there, a tableau of broken dreams, staring at the empty space where our prince used to be. The Grand Pas de Deux, the heart of the ballet, is now just a solo. My solo. "Everyone," Maestro Dubois says, his voice cutting through the haze, "go home. There is nothing more to be done today. Rehearsal is canceled until further notice." The dancers disperse in a murmur of hushed conversations, their faces etched with a mixture of pity for Leo and selfish, anxious fear for the show, for their jobs. I can't blame them. A dancer's life is brutally precarious. We are all one bad landing away from becoming a cautionary tale. I stand frozen, my limbs feeling heavy as lead. My sugar plum fairy, my dream, my mother's legacy. It all feels like a fistful of sand slipping through my fingers. "Giselle?" Dubois' voice is sharp. He gestures with his head toward his office. "My office. Now." Keisha gives my arm a squeeze. "Text me the second you're out," she whispers, before melting away with the others. Dubois' office is a shrine to his own success. The walls are covered in framed posters of past productions, photos of him with ballet legends, and gleaming awards. It's immaculate, organized, and completely devoid of warmth. He closes the door behind us, the click of the latch sounding like a cell door locking. He doesn't tell me to sit. He paces behind his large mahogany desk, his hands clasped behind his back. "The doctors have already called," he says, getting straight to the point. "It's a tremalleolar fracture. It will require surgery. Leo will not be dancing for a minimum of 6 months. He is out." The words are clinical, brutal. A career stalling, possibly career-ending injury reduced to a diagnosis. I swallow the lump forming in my throat. And the show? The board is already panicking. The sponsors, the ticket holders. He waves a dismissive hand. Losing a principal dancer this close to opening night is a death sentence for a production. They are talking about canceling the season. No. The word is a reflex, sharp and visceral. You can't. We can't. He stops pacing and pins me with his gaze. I agree, which is why I have spent the last 30 minutes on the phone, calling in a favor I thought I would never have to use. He leans forward, his hands flat on the desk. There is one option. One person with the raw talent and physical memory to possibly learn this role in time. A tiny, fragile flicker of hope ignites in my chest. Who? It is a gamble, he continues, ignoring my question. A very big one. This person has not been on a professional stage in years. There was an incident. The press was not kind. The fallout was considerable. My hope dims. He's talking about bringing in a pariah, a wild card. The pressure of this role is immense even under perfect circumstances. Adding a partner with a history of failure sounds like a recipe for disaster. Maestro, I begin, choosing my words carefully. With all due respect, is that wise? The trust between partners is everything. If this person is unreliable. There is no other choice, Giselle, he snaps, his patience gone. It is either this, or you can watch Clara Sterling dance a very lovely, very boring solo variation on opening night while your sugar plum costume gathers dust. Do you understand what is at stake? I do. I understand it so well it makes my bones ache. My chance. My one chance to prove I belong in the spotlight. To honor my mother. It's all hanging by a single fraying thread. Yes, Maestro. My voice is a thread of sound. I understand. Good. I will handle the announcement to the company tomorrow. For now, go home. Rest. Tomorrow, you will meet your new partner. I walk out of his office in a daze, his words ringing in my ears. A gamble. An incident. My mind races, trying to place who he could be talking about. The ballet world is small, its gossip vicious, and its memory long, but no name comes to mind. As I step back into the now empty hallway, a figure emerges from the shadows of the women's dressing room. Clara. Of course. She was waiting. Giselle, darling, she says, her voice dripping with a thick, syrupy sympathy that makes my skin crawl. She glides over and places a cold hand on my arm. I am just devastated for you. For you and Leo. It's a tragedy. It is, I say, my voice flat. I don't have the energy for this performance. I can't imagine the pressure you must be under, she continues, her eyes wide with fake concern. To have it all in your grasp and then, poof, she mimes a small explosion with her fingers. And to have to start over with a complete stranger, someone unreliable from what I'm hearing, it's an impossible task. No one would blame you if you decided it was too much to handle. Every word is a perfectly crafted little dart, dipped in poison. She's not consoling me. She's trying to get me to quit. To plant the seed of doubt that will make me walk away so she can step into my shoes. The audacity of it is almost impressive. I pull my arm away from her touch, my spine straightening. I'm not going anywhere, Clara. Her smile tightens for a millisecond before the mask of sympathy slides back into place. Of course not, darling. You're a fighter. I just worry about you, that's all. She pats my arm again before turning to leave. You're just so gentle. This world can eat gentle girls alive. I watch her walk away, her perfect posture a testament to her ruthless ambition. Her words echo in my ears, not as a warning, but as a challenge. I head toward the small kitchenette to get a bottle of water, my head pounding. The door to the physical therapist's office is slightly ajar, and I hear voices from inside. Clara's voice. A total disaster. But what did they expect? I freeze, my hand on the refrigerator door. Another dancer, one of Clara's acolytes, replies. I know, right? I feel bad for Leo, but honestly, maybe it's for the best. It's a shame, Clara says, her voice losing its syrupy sweetness and taking on a sharp, dismissive edge. But Giselle's too soft to handle this kind of pressure anyway. She doesn't have the stomach for it. She would have cracked before opening night. Now she'll have an excuse when she fails. The words landed like a punch to the gut. All this time, I've mistaken her ambition for simple competitiveness. But this is different. This is malice. She believes I'm weak. She wants me to fail. A cold, hard anger begins to bloom in my chest, pushing aside the fear and the grief. It's clarifying. It's fuel. Too soft? I'll show you soft. Just then, my phone buzzes. A group text from Maestro Dubois to the entire company. All dancers. Mandatory company meeting in Studio A. 10 minutes. My heart sinks. He's going to announce it now. I walk back to the studio, my chin held high. The anger a new armor around me. The other dancers are already gathering. Their faces a mixture of confusion and morbid curiosity. Clara's there, standing at the front, looking poised and ready, as if she expects him to name her the new lead. Maestro Dubois strides into the center room. The chatter dies instantly. As you know, we have suffered a great loss today. He begins, his tone grave. Leo Maxwell's injury has left us in an untenable position. Canceling the season was considered. A wave of nervous murmurs ripples through the room. However, he continues, raising his voice, I will not allow that to happen. I have found a replacement, a dancer with the technical prowess and artistic depth to partner Ms. DeLune and ensure that this production goes forward. He pauses for dramatic effect. I hold my breath. Clara looks like she's about to vibrate out of her skin with anticipation. Please prepare to welcome him tomorrow morning, Dubois announces, his voice ringing with authority. Your new principal dancer will be Sebastian Cole. A collective audible gasp sucks the air from the room. It's followed by a tidal wave of shocked, horrified whispers. The name drops like a stone into a silent pond, the ripples spreading outward, carrying with them the ghosts of scandal and failure. Sebastian Cole, the fallen prodigy, the boy who dropped his partner, the dancer who disappeared. My blood runs cold. The anger, the resolve, it all evaporates, replaced by a single terrifying thought. Maestro Dubois didn't just find a gamble, he found a ghost, and he wants me to dance with him.
Chapter 4. Sebastian. The train ride into the city is a 90-minute exercise in self-flagellation. With every mile of track we cover, the quiet beige safety of Oak Creek recedes, and the technicolor ghost of my past life rushes forward to meet me. I'm a fool. This is a fool's errand, a pilgrimage back to a temple where I am the resident heretic. I keep my head down, staring at the scarred knuckles of my own hands, my reflection a faint, distorted stranger in the window. Why am I doing this? Because a man I despise asked me to? No, because of a video. Because of a woman whose dancing spoke a language I thought I'd forgotten. Because for a few seconds after watching it, my hands didn't feel like dead things at the ends of my arms. It's the closest I've come to feeling alive in 4 years, that fleeting absence of numbness. It's pathetic, chasing a feeling like a junkie chasing a high. The train hisses to a stop at the central station. I get off, melting into the river of commuters, my duffel bag a meager shield against the city's indifferent crush. The air smells different here, of exhaust fumes, roasted nuts, and ambition. It's a scent I used to breathe like oxygen. Now it feels like it's coating my lungs in tar. The building that houses the Metropolitan Ballet Company is an old Gothic revival monolith, cathedral of the arts that looks down its nose at the rest of the block. I used to walk through its massive oak doors like I owned the place. Today I hesitate on the sidewalk across the street, feeling like a trespasser. This is the moment of truth. I can turn around, get back on the train, and return to my quiet purgatory of out-of-tune pianos. No one would be surprised. It's what they expect. It's what I expect. But then I see her again in my mind's eye. The sweep of her arm, the fierce concentration in her face, the story she was telling. I build the wall. Brick by imaginary brick, I construct the cold, professional facade that will get me through this. Blank expression. Rigid posture. a gaze that looks at people without really seeing them. I become the man who is here for a job, nothing more. A machine. Machines don't feel. Machines don't remember. Machines don't fail. I cross the street and walk through the doors. The familiar, hushed energy of the place hits me first. The faint smell of rosin, the echo of a distant piano, the quiet squeak of point shoes on Marley. I nod curtly at the security guard, who does a double take but doesn't stop me, and head for the rehearsal studios. My feet know the way, even if the rest of me is screaming in protest. I push open the door to Studio A, and the world stops. The low hum of conversation ceases, as if a switch has been flipped. 30 pairs of eyes snap to me, and the silence that follows is deafening. It's a physical force pressing in on me, heavy with judgment and morbid curiosity. I am the ghost at the feast, the walking, breathing embodiment of their worst fears. I see it all in their faces. The younger dancers, the ones who only know the stories, look at me with a kind of fascinated horror. The older ones, the ones who were here 4 years ago, look at me with something worse. Pity. That same soul-crushing, condescending pity I saw in every face during those last few weeks. It's the look you give a wounded animal you know you can't save. My jaw clenches. The wall holds. I keep my expression neutral, my gaze sweeping the room with an unnerving lack of interest, as if I'm merely surveying the space. But inside, the cage is rattling. The memories are flooding in, sharp and unwanted. The last time I stood in a room like this, the silence was just as thick. It was the day after the fall, the day after everything ended. They all stared. They all whispered. Did you hear? He dropped her. Anya. Her career is over. Such a shame. He was so promising. Anya. The name is a scar on my soul. It lands in my thoughts with a physical weight, a crushing pressure in my chest. For a moment, I'm not in this studio. I'm back on that stage, the lights blinding, the din of the crowd, a distant hum. I feel the impossible, horrifying sensation of her weight shifting in my hands, the balance point lost for a nanosecond. I see the surprise, then the terror in her eyes as the world fell away beneath her. I hear the collective gasp of 2,000 people, a sound I will never, ever forget. My fists clench at my sides, my fingernails digging into my palms. The sting of it is sharp, real. It's an anchor. It pulls me back to the present, back to the 30 pairs of eyes dissecting me. My gaze continues its sweep of the room, looking for Dubois, for anything to focus on other than the ghosts. And then I see her. Giselle DeLune. She's not in the center of the room. She's standing slightly apart from the others, near the bar. She isn't whispering. She isn't staring with pity or horror. She's just watching me. It's different from the video. On screen, she was an artist, a near-perfect instrument of grace and power. In person, she is starkly, breathtakingly human. She stands with the unwavering posture of a principal dancer, her shoulders back, her chin high. It's a posture that radiates strength and defiance. But her eyes tell a different story. I see it clear as day. The terror. It's coiled deep inside her, a living thing. It's the fear of a performer whose one shot at a dream was just ripped away, who is now being forced to bet her entire future on a broken man. It's a fear I know intimately. But beneath the terror, there's something else. Something I recognize because I used to have it too. A core of pure, unadulterated determination. A stubborn refusal to be broken. Her strength isn't in the absence of fear. It's in the fact that she's clearly terrified and still standing there, ready to fight. In this moment, she's not the star from the video. She is a soldier staring down a battle she knows she might not win, but who's going to show up for it anyway. Our eyes lock across the cavernous studio. The rest of the room seems to fade away. It's just the two of us, two performers trapped in a nightmare, bound together by one man's desperation. I see the question in her eyes. It's the same question that's been screaming in my own head since I got on that train. Before Dubois can step forward to begin the formal introductions, before the whispers can coalesce into actual words, she does something that surprises me. She pushes off the barre and starts walking toward me. Her movements are fluid and purposeful, a dancer's walk that eats up the space between us. She doesn't hesitate. The whispers die down as everyone watches her. She is their sugar plum fairy, their anointed queen, and she is walking directly into the lion's den to confront the beast. She stops a few feet in front of me, forcing me to meet her gaze directly. Her eyes are a deep, dark brown, and they are unnervingly clear. She looks at me, really looks at me, not at the ghost of my past or the monster of rumor, but at the man standing in front of her. Her posture is unbroken. Her voice, when she speaks, is quiet, but it cuts through the silence of the room with the precision of a scalpel. It is firm. It is not a plea. It is a demand. Can you do this?
Chapter 5. Giselle. The question hangs. The space between us hums with a silent understanding, a fragile bridge across a chasm of silence and speculation. Can you do this? Every dancer in the room is holding their breath, waiting for his answer. Sebastian Cole doesn't flinch. He just looks at me, his blue eyes so intense they feel like a physical touch. They are haunted, yes, but they are also shockingly clear, like chips of ice. A muscle ticks in his jaw. For a second, I think he's going to turn and walk right back out the door he came through. Instead, a single clipped word escapes his lips. Yes. It's not a reassurance. It's not a promise. It's a statement of fact, as cold and hard as the look in his eyes. It's the answer I needed, but it offers zero comfort. Maestro Dubois claps his hands, seizing the moment to break the spell. Excellent. Welcome, Mr. Cole. The rest of you, your rehearsals are posted on the board. You are dismissed. Ms. DeLune, Mr. Cole, you are with me. Mr. Davies, he says to the accompanist, the adagio from the Grandpas, if you please. The studio empties in a flurry of whispers and backward glances, leaving the three of us in the vast, echoing space. It feels less like a rehearsal and more like an interrogation. I can feel Clara's glare burning into my back as she leaves. I ignore it. She is not the problem I need to solve right now. The man in front of me is. We will begin with floor work only, Dubois announces, his voice all business. No lifts, not yet. We must first establish a baseline, a rapport. Today is about finding your rhythm. Understood? I nod. Sebastian says nothing, just sheds his jacket, revealing a plain gray t-shirt that does little to hide the powerful musculature of his shoulders and back. He was built to be a partner. He moves to the heart of the room, his posture rigid, his energy a tightly contained coil of something. I can't tell if it's anger, fear, or just pure, blank-walled control. I take my place beside him. The 5 feet of space between us feels charged, electric. This is the closest I've been to him, and I'm hyper-aware of everything. The way he holds tension in his neck, the sheer size of him, taller than Leo, broader. The way he methodically cracks his knuckles, a quick, sharp sound in the quiet room. Mr. Davies begins to play. The familiar sweeping notes of the adagio fill the studio. It's a piece of music that requires softness, vulnerability, a slow, romantic unfolding. It's everything this situation is not. We take our opening positions. We don't touch, not yet. We begin the sequence, moving as mirror images. My body knows this choreography in its bones, but my mind is racing. Dancing with a new partner is like trying to have a conversation in a language you only partially share. You're constantly anticipating, adjusting, trying to read their intent. With Leo, it was a conversation between old friends. With Sebastian, it's like speaking to a brick wall. He gives me nothing. No energy, no emotion, no connection. He is a phantom of perfect technique. His movements are precise, clean, and utterly empty. No, he says. The music stops. I freeze, mid-arabesque. His voice is a low baritone, rougher than I expected. He's not looking at me. He's looking at my reflection in the mirror. Your supporting leg. You're sinking into your hip. It's lazy. The critique is so blunt, so devoid of any pedagogical softness, it takes my breath away. Lazy? No one has ever called my dancing lazy. I feel a hot flush of anger creep up my neck. Maestro Dubois opens his mouth to intervene, but I give a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of my head. This is my partner. I have to handle this. I don't argue. I don't defend myself. I straighten my posture, making the micro adjustment he indicated, feeling the line of my leg lengthen, my core engage more deeply. He's right. Annoyingly, infuriatingly right. Again, he says to the accompanist. We start again from the top. We move through the opening bars, and this time I am intensely aware of every single muscle. I will give him nothing to criticize. We get to the first moment of contact, a supported promenade, where he is meant to place his hands on my waist and guide me in a slow, controlled turn. His hands land on my waist. They are cool, clinical. There is no warmth, no pressure, just a functional, impersonal touch, as if he's handling a piece of equipment. But as he guides me through the turn, his control is absolute. He doesn't push or pull. He becomes my axis. I feel the solid, unwavering strength in him, and despite the emotional chasm between us, my body recognizes it. My body trusts it. We finish the turn, and my eyes meet his in the mirror. For a fleeting second, I see a flicker of something behind the ice. Surprise? Reluctantly, I see a grudging respect. I met his challenge. Your port de bras, he clips, breaking the moment. You're letting your arms become decorative. They need to have intent. Finish the line. And so it goes. For the next hour, he dissects my technique with the brutal precision of a surgeon. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't show any emotion at all. He just delivers one sharp, accurate critique after another. You're anticipating the music. Your head is tilted a fraction too far. Don't drag your foot. Place it. Each comment is a small, sharp sting. He's stripping my dancing down to its studs, and I hate him for it. But I also know he's not wrong. These are the tiny imperfections that separate the good from the great, the habits Leo was too kind or too familiar to point out. Sebastian sees everything. I push back in the only way I can. I listen. I adjust. I execute. I match his intensity with my grace, his coldness with my fire. This isn't a partnership. It's a duel. A silent battle of wills fought in the language of ballet. And through it all, I can't help but notice the painful, beautiful irony of it. We are a perfect physical match. The way his height complements mine, the way my lines fit against his frame. Even without the lifts, I can feel it. There is a symmetry here, an artistic compatibility that is so rare, so potent, it feels like a cosmic joke. We could be breathtaking together if we didn't have a glacier of unspoken trauma between us. During another slow turn, my face is inches from his. I'm focused on my reflection, on maintaining the impossible line he demands, when I see it. Just beside his right temple, almost hidden by his hairline, is a small faint scar. It's a pale, silvery crescent against his skin, a tiny flaw in his otherwise controlled, impassive exterior. It's so at odds with the rest of him, this mark of some past violence or accident. It makes him suddenly, jarringly human. I wonder how he got it. I wonder if it's from the fall, the one no one talks about, the one that turned him into this ghost. The thought is so distracting that I miss my cue. My foot falters for a split second. His grip on my waist tightens instinctively, his strength a solid wall that keeps me from stumbling. Focus, he bites out, his voice a low growl near my ear. The music swells, moving into the most emotional, intimate part of the adagio. It's where the prince and the fairy are supposed to connect, to fall in love, to tell a story of magic and wonder with their bodies. We move through the choreography, my hand on his shoulder, his on my back. We are close, impossibly close. I can feel the heat radiating from his body, smell the faint, clean scent of soap and something else, something metallic and cold, like winter air. For a moment, just one, the duel seems to fade. We are just two dancers, moving to the music. I see our reflection in the mirror, and the image is so powerful, so right, that my breath catches in my throat. This is what it could be. This is the magic. And then I see his eyes. In the mirror, they are squeezed shut. His face, for the first time, is not a blank mask. It's a canvas of raw, unfiltered pain. The muscle in his jaw is jumping. The hand on my back is trembling. He freezes. Right in the middle of the phrase, he just stops. His hand drops from my back as if he's been burned. He takes a staggering step away from me, breaking the pose, breaking the spell, breaking everything. The accompanist, sensing the shift, lets the music trail off into a dissonant silence. Maestro Dubois takes a sharp step forward. Sebastian stands with his back to me, his broad shoulders rising and falling with ragged breaths. He runs a hand through his hair, his entire body radiating a tension that is terrifying to behold. "We're done for today," he says, his voice tight and strained. He doesn't look at me. He doesn't look at Dubois. He looks at the door like it's a lifeline. I need air. And without another word, he turns and walks out of the studio, the heavy door swinging shut behind him, leaving me alone on the stage in a silence that feels louder than any music.
Chapter 6. Sebastian. I don't remember walking, but my shoulder slams into the locker room door, forcing it open. The heavy metal groans and crashes shut behind me, the sound echoing the violent, frantic chaos in my head. The world has narrowed to a pinprick of light. The walls are closing in. I can't breathe. My lungs are useless bellows, pulling in air that has no oxygen. My legs are lead. I stumble toward the row of sinks, my hands slapping against the cold porcelain of the countertop to keep me from collapsing. I bend over, bracing my weight on my arms, and gasp, each breath a ragged tearing sound in the sudden, tomb-like silence of the room. The fluorescent lights hum overhead, an insistent drilling noise that vibrates behind my eyeballs. What the hell was that? What the hell is this? Panic! I know its name. It's an old, unwelcome acquaintance, but it hasn't been this bad in years, not since the beginning. It was her, Giselle. It was the music, the movement, the story it was trying to tell. It was the feeling of her hand on my shoulder, the warmth of her back under my palm. It wasn't just the weight of a person. It was the phantom weight of a partner, the specific familiar balance, the sacred trust, a feeling I swore I would never allow myself to experience again. For a second, a single terrifying second in that studio, when our eyes met in the mirror and the music swelled. She wasn't Giselle. She was a ghost. She was everyone I could ever fail. My heart is a wild animal trying to batter its way out of my ribcage. I turn on the faucet, the rush of water a welcome roar that drowns out the hum of the lights. I plunge my hands under the icy stream, then splash the water onto my face again and again. It's a shock to the system, a desperate attempt to ground myself in the here and now in this cold, sterile room that smells of antiseptic and damp towels. Droplets run down my face, catching in my eyelashes. I push myself up slowly and force myself to look in the mirror above the sink. The man looking back at me is a stranger. His face is pale, his eyes wide and haunted. There are dark circles under them that have nothing to do with a lack of sleep and everything to do with a lack of peace. He looks like the men in the old photos from after the Great War, shell-shocked. It's the face of an individual who has seen the absolute worst of himself and can't look away. I hate him. I hate the weakness in his eyes. I hate the tension in his jaw. I hate him for being a coward who ran away and hid in a small town, playing children's waltzes on a trashy piano. And I hate him most of all for being stupid enough to come back here. For thinking for even a second that he could put on the costume and pretend to be the man he once was. That man is dead. He died on a stage in London under the glare of 1,000 lights. This thing that's left, this hollowed-out shell, has no right to be here. No right to stand on that hallowed ground. And certainly no right to lay his cursed hands on a dancer like Giselle. She is everything I'm not. She dances with a heart that is so wide open, so full of story and grace. Even when I was dissecting her with cruel, clinical precision, she met it with a fire I thought had been extinguished from the world. She pushed back not with anger, but with a stubborn, brilliant perfection. She's alive, and I am a walking ghost. I lean closer to the mirror, my breath fogging the glass. As I do, the silver chain I always wear slips out from the collar of my shirt, swinging forward. It taps gently against the porcelain sink. The sound is tiny, but it echoes in the silence. My fingers, still trembling, go to it instinctively. They close around the single object hanging from the chain. A key. It's old. The brass worn smooth and soft from years of contact with my skin. It's a simple skeleton key for a deadbolt lock. The lock to an apartment I haven't seen in 4 years, 7 months, and 13 days. The apartment that I and Anya once called home. The key is cool against my palm, but it burns like a brand. Holding it, I'm no longer in this locker room. I'm there. I can see the afternoon light slanting through the big warehouse windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. I can smell the lemon and beeswax she used to polish the old wooden floors. I can hear the sound of her laughter as she tried, and failed, to teach me how to cook. It was our sanctuary, the one place we weren't dancers. We were just Anya and Sebastian. I haven't been back since the day of the accident. All our things, our life, are still in there, gathering dust. Her ballet shoes by the door, my sketchbook on the coffee table, the half-empty bottle of wine we'd shared the night before. I couldn't bring myself to go back. I couldn't face the ghost of that life. So I just kept paying the rent, month after month. A penance. A museum to my failure that no one ever sees. The memory of her laughter is so clear, so real, that it's immediately followed by the other memory. The anti-memory. The one that erases all the good ones. The fall. The phantom weight in my hands solidifies. It's not just a feeling. It's a memory etched into my nervous system. Her weight, perfectly balanced over my head. And then the shift. The infinitesimal, catastrophic shift. The slipping. The frantic, useless tightening of my grip. The horror of knowing, in that split second before the world caught up, that I was failing her. That I was letting her fall. That I was breaking her. My breath hitches. A guttural sound. Half sob, half choke, escapes my throat. I push away from the sink, stumbling back until my shoulders hit the cold metal of the lockers. I slide down to the floor. I drop my head, my hands cradling my skull, trying to force the images out. It's too much. The rehearsal was too much. The way Giselle's body felt in my hands, the way she trusted me, even for a second. It was a betrayal to Anya's memory. And it was a threat to Giselle's future. I sit there on the cold tile floor until the frantic rhythm of my heart begins to slow, until the roaring in my ears subsides. The panic recedes, leaving behind the familiar, hollow ache of grief and shame. I'm exhausted. Drained. Slowly, I push myself up. I feel 100 years old. My hands are still shaking. I look down at them, really look at them. They don't feel like a part of me. They look like tools. Instruments. And I know, with a certainty that settles deep in my bones, that they are flawed. They are unreliable. They are weapons that have already destroyed one brilliant career, one beautiful life. Dubois is a fool for bringing me here, and I was a bigger fool for coming. But walking out now, after walking in, feels like a different kind of failure. I look at my reflection one last time. The panic is gone, replaced by a cold, grim resolve. My fear isn't just about my own demons anymore. It's not just about the memory of Anya. It's about the living, breathing woman in the other room. The one with the fire in her soul and the terror in her eyes. The one who is being forced to put her dream, her body, her future, into these two broken hands. I can't let that happen to Giselle.
Chapter 7. Giselle. The heavy studio door swings shut, and the silence Sebastian leaves behind is a physical entity. It's a thick, suffocating blanket that smothers the last lingering notes of the piano. I stand alone in the focal point of the dance floor, my arms still frozen in a phantom embrace, my body still humming with the memory of his proximity. Maestro Dubois lets out a string of furious, muttered French curses. He pinches the bridge of his nose, his eyes squeezed shut as if warding off a migraine. "This is a disaster," he spits, his accent thick with rage. He finally opens his eyes and pins me with a glare, as if this is somehow my fault. "Be here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Do not be late. We will try this again." He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He doesn't acknowledge that our only hope just had a full-blown meltdown and fled the room. He just gives an order. As always, the show is the only thing that matters. He turns on his heel and storms out, leaving me truly alone. My posture deflates, the rigid control of the rehearsal dissolving into a bone-deep weariness. I walk over to the bar and lean my forehead against the cool, smooth wood. My mind is a chaotic whirl. The frustration is immense. The man is impossible, a walking fortress of trauma and barbed wire. The ghost of his touch still lingers. The terrifying strength in his hands. The flawless, intuitive way he guided my turn. The flicker of something in his eyes when I met his corrections. And the raw, unfiltered pain on his face right before he broke. It wasn't the look of an arrogant jerk. It was the look of a man being actively haunted. "This world can eat gentle girls alive," Clara's voice whispers in my head. A new resolve hardens in my gut. I am not a gentle girl. Not when it comes to this. I will not be eaten alive by his ghosts or anyone else's. I push off the bar and head for the women's dressing room, my movements stiff. I need to change, to visit Leo, to try and salvage what's left of this train wreck of a day. Keisha is there, thank God. She's sitting on the bench in front of her locker, meticulously darning the toe of a point shoe. She looks up as I enter, her dark eyes taking in my expression with the easy familiarity of a lifelong friend. "So," she says, her needle pausing mid-stitch. "On a scale of 1 to a dumpster fire, how was your first date with Casper the not-so-friendly ghost?" A choked laugh escapes my lips. That's putting it mildly. He criticized every move I made, refused to make eye contact, and then ran out of the room like his hair was on fire. "Charming," she deadpans. "Definitely sounds like marriage material. Did Dubois have a conniption?" "Of course. He just told me to be back here at 8 tomorrow for round 2. Keisha winces in sympathy. "Damn, he's really throwing you to the wolves." She sets down her shoe and gives me her full attention. "Seriously, G, are you okay? The guy's got more baggage than an international airport. No one's going to blame you if you tell Theron this is impossible." "Clara already tried that," I say, the memory of her fake sympathy turning my stomach. "She gave me the whole, 'I'm worried about you, you're too gentle' speech." Keisha snorts, a loud, unladylike sound. "Too gentle? Please. You're one of the toughest people I know." Clara's just mad because she knows even with a traumatized partner, you're still 10 times the sugar plum she could ever be. She doesn't have the heart for it. Her words are a balm. She sees me. She knows the steel under my skin. "Thanks, Kay. I don't know how I'm supposed to build the trust for a grandpa with a man who can't even stand to touch me." "One step at a time, I guess." she says, her expression softening. Just be careful. Guys like that, when they finally break, they can take everyone down with them. She's right. I nod, giving her a weak smile before heading to my own locker. Keisha eventually packs up and leaves, her parting words a cheerful, "Don't let the ghost bite." Left alone in the quiet of the dressing room, I decide I'm not done for the day. I can't be. I can't let his breakdown be the final word. I need to dance. I need to reclaim the studio, to remind my body that it's mine, not his to command or to flee from. I'll run through my solo variations. I'll sweat until my mind is clear. I pull my dance bag from my locker. The familiar routine of preparing is a comfort. I lay out my things, a water bottle, a fresh towel, my lamb's wool for padding. Finally, I pull out my point shoes. They are my weapons, my instruments, the tools of my trade. Each pair is painstakingly prepared, ribbons and elastics sewn just so, the box crushed in exactly the right way, the shank scored to give it the perfect amount of flexibility. I sit on the bench and start with my left shoe, slipping it on, tying the ribbons in a neat, secure knot around my ankle. It feels perfect, an extension of my own body. Then I pick up the right one. I slide my fingers inside, a habit ingrained from years of practice, to check for any stray threads or lumps in the padding. My fingers brush against something small, hard, and sharp. I frown. Maybe a piece of dried glue from the shank broke off. I fish around, trying to grasp it. My fingertip presses against a needle-fine point. I recoil with a hiss of surprise. Cautiously, I pinch the object and pull it out. It's a thumbtack, a single silver thumbtack. I stare at it, nestled in the palm of my hand. It lies there, gleaming under the fluorescent lights, mundane and yet utterly sinister. It had been placed perfectly, point up, right in the toe of the shoe, where my full weight would have driven it deep into my flesh on my first releve. A cold wave of dread washes over me, so intense it leaves me breathless. This was not an accident. There is no reason for a thumbtack to be in this dressing room, let alone perfectly positioned inside my shoe like a tiny landmine. My head snaps up. My gaze flies to the large mirror that lines the wall, my eyes scanning the reflection of the studio visible through the open dressing room door. And I see her. Clara. She's at the far bar, going through a series of slow, deliberate stretches. She's pretending to be absorbed in her own world, but her eyes are watching my reflection in the mirror, watching for my reaction. As our gazes lock in the glass, she doesn't flinch. She doesn't look away. A slow, saccharine smile spreads across her face. It's a smile of pure, venomous triumph. And in that moment, I know with a certainty that chills me to the bone. She did this. That smile is the key that unlocks a series of memories I had dismissed as bad luck, as the normal chaos of a dancer's life. The satin ribbon on my shoe that mysteriously went missing right before a crucial audition 2 months ago, forcing me to panic. The time a small but vital piece of my costume was misplaced minutes before a performance, almost making me miss my entrance. The slick, watery patch on the floor last week that nearly sent me sprawling. It wasn't a string of accidents. It has been a campaign. A slow, insidious series of attacks designed to undermine me, to make me seem clumsy, unreliable, unprofessional. And now it has escalated, from petty sabotage to a deliberate attempt to injure me. I'm still staring at her reflection, the thumbtack a cold, hard weight in my palm. The fear is there, a knot of ice in my stomach. But beneath it, the anger I felt earlier returns, no longer hot but frozen into something sharp and dangerous. The game has changed. The studio door opens again, the sound making me jump. Sebastian walks back in. He looks just as grim and haunted as when he left, but the frantic, panicked energy is gone, replaced by that same rigid, ironclad control. His eyes scan the room and land on my face. His expression shifts instantly. The mask of cold indifference cracks. He sees the shock on my face, the horror in my eyes. He's an observant man. He notices the smallest details. His gaze follows mine down to my hand, to the silver thumbtack resting in my palm. He doesn't ask what's wrong. He doesn't ask where it came from. He knows. He sees. His face hardens, the haunted look in his eyes replaced by something else entirely. Something cold and protective and utterly furious. He walks toward me, his movements quiet and deliberate. He crosses the vast studio floor in a few long strides, stopping directly in front of me. He looks from the tack to my face and back again. Without a word, he reaches out and takes it from my palm. His fingers are cool as they brush against mine, the brief contact sending a jolt through my system. He closes his fist around the tiny, sharp object. Then he looks up, his gaze sweeping past me, across the room, until it lands on Clara, who is still watching from the bar, her triumphant smile now frozen on her face. Sebastian's gaze locks onto hers. He doesn't speak. He doesn't move. He just stares. And in the sudden, absolute silence of the studio, the temperature seems to drop 20 degrees. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Sebastian. Clara's saccharine smile falters, the edges cracking like cheap porcelain. The thumbtack is a hard, sharp reality in my fist. The rage I feel is a foreign sensation, a clean, cold fire, unlike the murky, self-destructive anger I'm used to. This isn't about me. This is about the woman standing behind me, her entire career balanced on a knife's edge, and this viper trying to kick it over. I don't release Giselle from my sight, but I start moving, my steps silent and measured as I cross the floor toward Clara. She holds her ground at the bar, her chin tilted in a display of defiance that doesn't quite reach her eyes. The other dancers, who had been pretending not to watch, are now staring openly, the air thick with tension. I stop directly in front of her. I don't crowd her, but I use my height, my stillness, to create a wall of intimidation. I open my hand and show her the tack resting on my palm. "Did you lose something?" My voice is low, almost conversational, but it holds a razor's edge. Her eyes flicker down to the tack, then back up to my face. The mask of innocence she puts on is flawless, a masterclass in plausible deniability. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she murmurs, her voice a tinkling bell of confusion. "Is there a problem?" "There will be," I say, my voice dropping even lower, a quiet threat meant only for her. "If you go anywhere near her again, if you so much as breathe in her direction, stay away from her." A flicker. There it is. In the back of her pale blue eyes, a tiny, almost imperceptible spark of fear. It's enough. She knows that I know. She knows I'm watching. I don't wait for another lie. I turn, walk to the nearest trash can, and drop the thumbtack inside. The sound of the metal hitting the plastic bottom is small, but it rings through the silent studio with the finality of a gavel. I turn back and my eyes find Giselle. She's still standing where I left her, her posture straight, her expression a complex mixture of shock, anger, and something else I can't quite decipher. We look at each other across the room, and there is something other than tension between us. It's not connection, not yet. It's an acknowledgement, a silent, shared understanding that the enemy is real. and she is standing right there. A feeling settles in my gut, unfamiliar and unwelcome. A grim, weighty sense of responsibility. I came back here to dance, to fulfill a contract, to exorcise a demon or be consumed by it. I didn't come back to be anyone's protector. My track record with that is catastrophic. But looking at Giselle, at the quiet strength holding her together when she has every right to fall apart, I know I don't have a choice. This place, this world of ours, is full of vipers like Clara. It chews up and spits out anyone who shows a hint of vulnerability. I let it happen once before. I won't let it happen again. I head toward the men's locker room to splash more water on my face, to reset before we have to start this disaster of a rehearsal again. The image of Clara's fake smile, the blatant malice in it, is burned into my mind, the casual cruelty of it, the willingness to cause real physical harm for a chance at the spotlight. It's that thought, the deliberate, premeditated nature of the sabotage, that triggers it. As I push through the door, the memory hits me. It's not a gentle wave of recollection, it's a physical jolt, like a faulty electrical wire shocking my system. It's a memory I haven't allowed myself to access in years, a detail I had buried so deep under layers of guilt and self-loathing, I'd convinced myself it wasn't real. The night of the fall. The pressure is immense, the air backstage thick with the scent of hairspray and sweat and rosin. The London Royal Opera House, a sold-out show. Anya is beside me in the wings, bouncing on the balls of her feet, her face glowing with adrenaline. She squeezes my hand. "Ready to fly, Seb," she whispers, her smile radiant. I feel the heat of the stage lights, the roar of the audience, a living, breathing entity on the curtain. It's the final lift of the show, the one that always brings the house down. We've done it 1,000 times. It's as natural as breathing. Our cue comes. We move onto the stage, into the blinding glare. The music swells. I get into position, my focus narrowing to her. Only her. She runs, she leaps. My hands find her waist. I lift. And right at that moment, at the peak of the lift, a flash. A brilliant, starburst flash of white light from the wings. Stage left. It's not a stage light. It's a camera. Someone is standing just out of sight, where they shouldn't be, capturing the moment. The flash is disorienting, hitting my eyes at the exact moment my entire body is engaged in a feat of immense strength and perfect balance. My focus breaks for a nanosecond, and a nanosecond is all it takes. I stumble out of the memory, my hand braced against the cool tile of the locker room wall. My heart is pounding. The flash. I'd forgotten the flash. In the brutal, catastrophic aftermath, in the tornado of my own guilt, I buried it. I told myself it was an excuse, a weak attempt by my shattered mind to deflect blame. It was my fault. My hands failed. My focus wavered. I dropped her. That was the only story I allowed myself to remember. But the memory is so clear, so vivid. The flash was real. Could it have been more than just a stray photographer? Could it have been deliberate? The same kind of vicious, career-ending malice I just saw in Clara's eyes? A cold dread trickles down my spine. "Cole, Delune!" Maestro Dubois' voice bellows from the studio, shattering my thoughts. "We are burning daylight. Get to the center of the floor. Now." I shake my head, trying to clear the ghost of the memory and walk back out. The other dancers are gone. A small mercy. It's just Dubois, the choreographer Julian, Giselle, and me. Giselle is already in position. She watches me as I approach, her eyes searching my face. I wonder what she sees. Does she see the protector? The ghost? The man who is unraveling from the inside out? I give her nothing. My face a carefully constructed mask of neutrality. My own safety, and now hers, depends on that wall. We begin again. Floor work. The adagio. Outwardly, I am the same as before, cold, precise, distant. But inside, everything has changed. Every move is now filtered through a lens of hypervigilance. My focus is split. Part of me is working through the choreography, but the other part is scanning. I watch her feet, ensuring her path is clear. My eyes flick constantly to the mirrors, not to check our lines, but to watch our surroundings. My corrections are still blunt, but they are now rooted in a different purpose. Point your foot completely. A half-pointed foot is how you roll an ankle. Don't look down on that turn. Keep your eyes up so you can spot. It's about balance. These aren't just artistic critiques anymore. They are warnings. They are instructions for survival. She seems to sense the shift. She doesn't fight my corrections. She just listens, her body responding with a fluid, intelligent grace. We move through the choreography, and a new kind of rhythm forms between us. It's not one of intimacy or warmth. It's the tense, functional rhythm of two soldiers navigating a minefield. There's an unspoken awareness, a shared sense of the danger that surrounds us. We are actually making progress. The movements are starting to link together. The physical compatibility between us is undeniable, a powerful current running just beneath the surface of all this tension. For a few minutes, we are just two dancers, perfectly matched, finding our way through the music. Julian, the choreographer, a small, wiry man with an explosive amount of energy, claps his hands together, a look of genuine pleasure on his face. "Yes! Yes, that's it!" he exclaims, his voice echoing in the studio. "The tension is magnificent! The lines are clean, I think. Yes, I think you are ready." He beams at us, and my blood runs cold. I know what's coming next. "Excellent," he says, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Now let's start blocking the grand adagio. I want to see the primary lifts." The words hit me like a physical blow. The air evacuates my lungs. The studio walls seem to recede, the floor dropping out from under me. "Lifts." His voice fades into a dull roar in my ears. All I can hear is the phantom sound of a crowd gasping. All I can feel is the phantom sensation of a body falling from my hands. I freeze, the blood draining from my face.
Chapter 9. Giselle. Julian's words settled in the air, a death sentence delivered with a cheerful smile. I want to see the primary lifts. The change in Sebastian is instantaneous and terrifying. The blood drains from his face, leaving his skin a stark, waxy white. The rigid control he's maintained shatters, replaced by a raw, animal panic in his eyes. He looks like a man staring over the edge of a cliff. He's not here with us in the studio anymore. He's somewhere else. Somewhere awful. "Sebastian?" Julian's voice is sharp, impatient. "Are we with you? Or are you still on your lunch break?" Sebastian doesn't answer. He doesn't seem to hear. His gaze is fixed on a point in the middle distance, his breathing shallow. I take a small step forward. "Julian, maybe we should mark it first," I suggest, keeping my voice even and professional, just to walk through the placements. Julian waves a dismissive hand, but he acquiesces. Fine. Baby steps. Let's not pull a muscle from the sheer effort." He walks us through it, his movements sharp and precise. "Okay, Giselle, you'll prep with a chaîné turn right here. Sebastian, you need to be planted, ready to receive her. Hands on the waist, a clean press-up. She hits the arabesque, you hold for 2 counts, then a controlled descent. Simple. It's ballet 101, got it?" "Got it," I say, my voice much steadier than I feel. Sebastian just gives a jerky, robotic nod. His eyes are still far away. The wall is back up, but it's different now. It's not made of cold, professional distance. It's made of pure, unadulterated terror. "All right, Mr. Davies." From the top of the adagio, Julian calls to the accompanist. "Let's see some magic." The music begins. The notes that felt so fraught an hour ago now feel like a countdown to an execution. I take a deep breath, pushing away my own anxiety. He needs a partner right now, not another problem. He needs an anchor. I can be that. My part in this is simple. I have to be perfect. I have to be so solid, so predictable, so completely trustworthy that his body can react without his mind getting in the way. I execute my turn, finishing exactly where Julian instructed, my body poised, my arms held in perfect preparation. I am a statue. I am unbreakable. I am offering him a perfect, unwavering foundation. He moves into place behind me. His hands hover for a second before they land on my waist. Through the thin fabric of my leotard, I feel it. A fine, violent tremor in his fingers. He's shaking. The music swells to the point of the lift. I bend my knees, preparing to spring, to give him all of my momentum. And nothing happens. His hands are locked on my waist, but he doesn't lift. He hesitates. The moment hangs there, suspended in time, a gaping hole in the choreography where a breathtaking ascent should be. The music continues without us, each soaring note a mockery of our stillness. "Cole!" Julian barks, slamming his hand down on a nearby chair. "What was that? You missed the cue entirely. She was serving it to you on a silver platter." Sebastian lets go of me as if my skin is burning him. He takes a step back, his jaw so tight I can see the muscles flexing from across the room. The humiliation is a visible aura around him, a dark, suffocating cloud. He doesn't say a word. "I was early," I lie, turning to Julian. "I anticipated the turn. It threw off our timing. My fault." Sebastian's head whips toward me, his eyes wide with surprise. I ignore him, keeping my gaze fixed on Julian. Julian scoffs, clearly not buying it, but he waves a hand. "Whatever it was, fix it. Again. From the turn." We reset. The air is thick with failure. We go through the motions again. I do my turn. I prep. He moves in behind me. His hands, when they touch my waist this time, are ice cold and slick with sweat. "You've got this," I whisper. My voice so low it's just a breath of air. He takes a sharp, ragged breath. This time he tries. As I spring, I feel his arms engage, the power coiling in his shoulders. I'm weightless for a split second, my feet leaving the floor by a single, hopeful inch. But his nerve breaks. The lift aborts before it can even begin. He sets me down, but it's clumsy, rushed. I stumble slightly, catching myself before I can fall. It's a mess. A complete, unmitigated disaster. "For God's sake!" Julian explodes, throwing his notebook onto the floor. "I've seen beginners with more commitment than that. We're done. I can't watch this anymore. 5 minutes, everyone. Giselle, go work on your fouette turns. Cole, go splash some water on your face and decide if you actually want to be here." He storms off toward Maestro Dubois' office, leaving Sebastian and me standing alone in the center of the vast empty floor. The silence is a condemnation. Sebastian doesn't look at me. He just stands there, his shoulders hunched, his head bowed. He looks broken. All the cold anger, the sharp critiques, the intimidating presence, it's all gone, replaced by this raw, devastating shame. He turns, his movements stiff, and starts to walk away. "Sebastian." He stops but doesn't turn around. "Wait," I say, my voice softer this time. He stays frozen, his back a wall of tense muscle. I walk over to him, stopping a few feet away. I can hear his ragged breathing. "Are you okay?" A harsh, bitter laugh escapes him. "Peachy." "No, you're not," I say quietly. I'm not accusing him. It's just a fact. You don't have to pretend with me. "I'm not pretending," he bites out, finally turning to face me. The look in his eyes is ravaged. This is it. This is what you get. A head case who can't do the one thing he was hired for. You're not a head case. You're a person who went through something traumatic. There's a difference. "Not to the board of directors, there isn't," he says, his voice laced with a self-loathing that makes my chest ache. "They don't give a damn about trauma. They care about ticket sales. And you deserve a partner." not an anchor. He's pushing me away, trying to make this my problem, trying to get me to agree with his own self-hatred. I'm not going to do it. Instead of arguing, I walk over to the edge of the stage and sit down, my legs dangling over the side. I pull at the bottom of my left legging, bunching it up around my knee until the faint, silvery line on my ankle is visible. Sebastian watches me, his expression wary and confused. What are you doing? When I was 12, I begin, my voice soft, conversational. I was in a regional competition, the biggest one of my life up to that point. I was in the middle of a solo, and I went up for a fouette turn, and on the way down, my ankle just gave out. I traced the scar with my finger, the skin smooth and puckered. It was a bad fall. I broke 2 bones. The doctors told me I was lucky. They said with physical therapy, I could probably live a normal life, but that I should find a new hobby. They told me I would never dance again. I look up at him. He's listening. His arms crossed over his chest, his defenses still up, but his eyes are fixed on me. I was devastated, I continue. I thought my life was over before it even started. For months, all I could think about was the sound it made when it snapped. Every time I tried to stand on it in physical therapy, the memory of that sound, of that pain, would make me shake. I let that hang in the air for a moment. My mother, she was the one who finally got through to me. She sat me down and said, "Giselle, every dancer falls. It's the one thing we all have in common." And then she told me something I've never forgotten. I look him straight in the eye, trying to pour all of my own hard-won truth into the words. Falling is part of it, I say softly. It's not about the stumble. It's about the steadying of your feet after. He's silent for a long, long time. He just stares at me, his blue eyes searching my face. The icy wall I've grown so accustomed to seems to be melting, the hard edges softening. He's looking at me, really seeing me, for the first time. The raw humiliation in his expression is still there, but it's now mingled with a flicker of something else, something fragile and human, and achingly real. He finally lets out a shuddering breath, his gaze dropping to the floor. I can't drop you, Giselle.
Chapter 10. Sebastian. I walk out of the studio without looking back. Her words follow me, clinging to me like burrs. Falling is part of it. It's a nice sentiment, a pretty hopeful little bandage for a wound that needs stitches. But she doesn't get it. She can't. Her fall, the one that left that delicate silvery scar on her ankle, was her own. She fell, she got hurt, she got up. The story begins and ends with her. My fall took someone else down with me. It's a different kind of gravity entirely. The train ride home is a blur. I stare out to the window, but I don't see the city blurring into the suburbs. I see her face, the earnest, open expression she wore as she told me her story. She was offering me a lifeline, a bridge of shared experience, and all I could do was stand on the other side, unable to cross. I can't drop you, Giselle. It wasn't a promise. It was a confession of my own terror. Back in my apartment, the silence is an accusation. The place is a monument to a life on hold, and tonight, it feels less like a sanctuary and more like a cell. I shed my workout clothes, the fabric damp with a cold sweat that is unrelated with exertion. I stand under a scalding hot shower for 20 minutes, but the chill is somewhere deeper, in my bones. I can't shake the humiliation of that rehearsal. The feeling of my muscles locking up, of my nerve completely abandoning me. The pity in Julian's eyes. And worse, the empathy in Giselle's. Pity I can handle, I can build a wall against it, but her empathy, it slipped through the cracks. It touched something I thought was long dead, and now it itches. Her grace makes my own failure feel sharper, more pathetic. She gets up. I stay down. That's the difference between us. An ugly, familiar impulse takes root in my gut. A need to reaffirm the narrative, to remind myself of the truth, to scrape away the dangerous hope her story planted and get back to the bedrock of my own failure. I need to look at the wreckage. I need to remember why I don't deserve to get up. I grab my laptop from the coffee table, the metal cool and heavy. I sit on the worn couch, the glow of the screen illuminating the dark, empty room. My fingers hover over the keyboard. This is a special kind of masochism, a door I haven't opened in years. My jaw is tight as I type the words into the search bar. Anya Volkov, Sebastian Cole. Accident. The screen populates with a wall of results, each headline a tiny digital stone thrown at me from the past. I click on the first one, a major feature from a London broadsheet published a week after the incident. Cole's fatal error. Ballott's golden boy shatters a career. Fatal error, I mutter to the empty room, a bitter taste in my mouth. Leave it to the press to find the poetry in it. I force myself to read. The words are a blur of half-remembered horrors. Anonymous sources from inside the company express their shock. He was always so reliable, one quote reads. It's unthinkable. His hands were the steadiest in the company. Were, I say, my voice a rough croak. Past tense? Another quote, this one from a revered dance critic. In a moment that will surely haunt the Royal Ballet for years to come, the prodigious Sebastian Cole, a dancer defined by his seemingly flawless strength, simply failed. The result was a catastrophic injury for the brilliant Anya Volkov, cutting short what was destined to be a legendary career. I scroll down, my thumb moving mechanically over the trackpad. My eyes scan for my own name, for my own pathetic, useless statement. There it is, a small block of text near the bottom. Mr. Cole, through a representative, has stated he is devastated and has offered no further comment. Devastated. Such a small, tidy word for the complete atomization of a soul. I click back, my stomach churning. Another headline catches my eye. This one is from a trashier tabloid, full of lurid speculation. A fall from grace. Did pressure get to Ballott's bad boy? Bad boy? I snort. I drank too much coffee and stayed out past 10 once, hardly a scandal. But they built their narrative anyway. Whispers of partying, of a fragile temperament, of not being able to handle the pressure of the spotlight. It was easier for them to invent a character flaw than to accept the simple, terrifying truth. Sometimes things just break. Sometimes people just fail. Then I see it. A link with a thumbnail image. My blood turns to ice. I know that photo. I've spent 4 years trying to burn it from my memory. My finger trembles as I click on it. The image loads, filling the screen. It's Anya. But it's not the Anya I know. It's not the vibrant, laughing woman who could light up a room with her energy. It's not the fierce artist whose body was a conduit for music and magic. This Anya is sitting in a wheelchair on the steps of a bleak-looking physical therapy clinic. She's thinner, her face pale and drawn. Her fiery red hair is pulled back, but a few stray strands whip across her face in the wind. She's staring at the camera, but her eyes are hollow, the light in them extinguished. Her career is over. Her life, the one we had planned, is over. And I'm the one who did that. This picture is the receipt for my failure. A thick, choking sensation rises in my throat. I slam the laptop shut. I can't breathe. I push myself off the couch and pace the small apartment, my fists clenched, the image of her face seared onto the back of my eyelids. This is why I can't lift Giselle. This is what's at stake. It's not just a dance. It's a life, a future. And yet, the flash. The memory that surfaced today, the one of the camera flash from the wings, it's still there. A persistent, nagging splinter in my mind. Was it real? Or was it just my guilty conscience inventing a phantom to share the blame? I have to know. I go back to the laptop, my movements jerky. I open it again, avoiding the tab with Anya's photo. I open a new one. I need to search differently. Not for the scandal, but for the mundane details. The for something no one else would have been looking for. I type London Royal Opera House performance schedule and the date of the show. I find the program, Don Quixote. I stare at our names listed side by side, Kitri and Basilio. New search. Don Quixote Royal Ballet Review. Stage lighting and the date. Nothing, just reviews praising the production design. New search, Royal Opera House stagehand blog. A long shot. But maybe someone who was there, someone who wasn't a critic or a dancer, saw something. I scroll through pages of irrelevant results. Fan forums, old employment listings, and then I see it. Page 4 of the search results. A link with a title that makes my heart stop. A stagehand's view, ramblings from the wings. The link is to a blog that looks like it was designed in the Stone Age of the internet. The background is a textured gray, the font a generic Times New Roman. The last post was over 3 years ago, but I scroll down, my pulse quickening, until I find the date I'm looking for. The day after the accident. The post is titled Weird Night at the Opera. My eyes fly across the text. The writer, a man named Dave, talks about the energy of the show, the buzz of the crowd. He complains about a faulty rigging pulley he had to fix pre-show. And then I find it. A paragraph tucked away in the middle of his rambling thoughts. Felt like the lighting cues were a bit off all night, especially during Act 3. Seemed brighter than they were in rehearsal. And I swear I saw some freelance photog way too close to the stage during the finale, right in the wings where they're not supposed to be, snapping away like he owned the place. Weird. The whole vibe was just off. I read the paragraph again, and again, and a third time. Brighter than they were in rehearsal. A freelance photog way too close to the stage, snapping away the flash. It was real. The words on the screen seemed to lift off the page, rearranging themselves in my mind. It's not an excuse. It's not a phantom. It's a piece of evidence. A corroborating witness. A cold electric shock jolts through me. A feeling so foreign and so powerful, it makes me gasp. For 4 years, I have carried the entire crushing weight of this failure on my own shoulders. I built my life, my identity, around that single, solitary truth. I failed. I dropped her. It was my fault. But the words on this screen from a stranger, a ghost on the internet, present a new, terrifying possibility. It wasn't just me, my failure. It might not have been mine alone.
Chapter 11. Giselle. The days that follow blur into a slow, painful grind. Our rehearsals become a carefully negotiated truce. The word lift is forbidden, a landmine no one dares to step on. We exist in the world of floor work, a frustratingly two-dimensional space for a ballet that is meant to fly. Julian is losing his mind. Maestro Dubois watches from his corner, his expression a thundercloud of disapproval. They see a production teetering on the brink of failure. But from where I'm standing, in the eye of the storm, I see something else. I see a fragile, agonizingly slow kind of progress. We are developing a language. It's not one of words. Sebastian still speaks only in clipped, technical corrections, but one of breath and tension. I learned to read the microscopic tells in his body. A slight tightening around his eyes means his mind is starting to drift back to that dark place. The almost imperceptible flex of his hands is the precursor to a freeze. During one particularly tense rehearsal, as we work through a slow adagio, I feel his breathing become shallow, hitching in his chest. He's losing his rhythm. He's going to bolt. Sebastian, I say, my voice low and even as we move through a supported turn. The music is our cover. No one else can hear. Breathe with me. I'm breathing. He bites out, his jaw tight. No, you're not. You're holding your breath, I counter. Listen. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 6, match me. I exaggerate my own breathing, my shoulders rising and falling in a steady, calming rhythm. He doesn't respond. But as I continue the count in my head, I feel the rhythm of his chest begin to shift, to grudgingly sync up with mine. The tremor in the hand on my back lessens. It's a small victory, but it feels monumental. This becomes our first rule. Match my breathing. The second rule is touch. I learned that when he starts to dissociate, a grounding, unexpected touch can pull him back. Not the choreographed touch of the pas de deux, but something else. If his hands flex, I'll place my hand over his on the bar for a brief second. A silent message. I'm here. You're here. We're in this room right now. He never acknowledges it, but he doesn't pull away. And slowly, painstakingly, he starts to anticipate me. He'll shift his weight a fraction of a second before I need his support. His hand will be there to steady me at the end of a turn before I even realize I'm off balance. His body is learning to trust mine, even if his mind is still at war with itself. One afternoon, I get to the studio early, needing a quiet moment before the storm of our rehearsal begins. The space is empty, filled with the pale, hazy light of late afternoon. I put my bag down and go to the bar, needing to connect with my own body first. I put on my headphones, but I don't play the ballet score. I play a recording of Bach's second violin partita. I close my eyes and let the music wash over me. It's a piece that is both mathematical and deeply emotional. A perfect, intricate structure, holding a world of pain and longing. It's the piece my mother used to play on our old record player on rainy Sunday afternoons. I begin my warm-up, my movements following the mournful, complex melody of the chaconne. I'm so lost in the music, in the memory, that I don't hear him come in. I'm humming along with a particularly difficult passage for the violin, my eyes still closed, when a voice cuts through my concentration. Bach, Partita number 2, the chaconne. My eyes fly open. Sebastian is standing by the door, his duffel bag slung over one shoulder. He's watching me, his expression unreadable, but his eyes are focused, present. It's the first time he's ever spoken to me about anything other than my technique. I pull off my headphones, my heart beating a little faster. You know it? He gives a small, almost imperceptible nod. My father was a concert pianist. He was obsessed with Glenn Gould's piano transcriptions of Bach's violin work. I grew up with this music as the soundtrack to my life. He says it matter-of-factly, but it feels like a seismic revelation. A piece of his past, a crack in the fortress. My mother loved the violin, I say, the words coming out before I can stop them. She played this piece until the record was worn thin. Was she a musician? He asks, his voice quiet. A dancer, I reply, looking at our reflections in the mirror. Here, actually. A long time ago. He's silent for a moment, processing this. That's a heavy legacy to carry. The observation is so astute, so direct, that it catches me off guard. He sees it. He sees the weight. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. You have no idea, I say, a wry, tired smile touching my lips. We stand in a comfortable silence for a moment, the first of its kind. The shared love for a piece of music has built a tiny, fragile bridge between us. You know, I say, turning to face him, the confession bubbling up out of this unexpected moment of connection. Everyone thinks I must be terrified of falling, of getting hurt again, like Leo, like... I trail off, not daring to say her name. He just watches me, waiting. But that's not it, I continue, the words a quiet torrent. It's not falling I'm afraid of. My greatest fear is doing everything right, dancing every step perfectly, hitting every mark, and still not being good enough, still not being worthy of her memory. That's the thing that keeps me up at night. The secret is out, settled between us. It's the most vulnerable I have ever been with another dancer. I've just handed him a map to the deepest, most terrified part of my heart. He stared at me, and his expression is one of profound, startling understanding. He opens his mouth to say something, but just then, Julian bursts into the studio, clapping his hands. "All right, lovebirds, enough chit-chat," he says, his voice jarringly loud. "We're wasting light. Let's work on the Allegro sequence from Act 2. I want speed, precision, and for God's sake, try to look like you don't want to murder each other. The moment is broken." We move into the spotlight, the fragile bridge between us dissolving as we slip back into our roles. But something has shifted. The air is different. We run the sequence, a fast-paced series of jumps and quick, sharp turns. There's a new synergy between us, a spark of the connection we just found. He's right there with me, his focus absolute. As I go into a series of fast PK turns across the floor, my eyes catch on something in the corner. It's a half-empty bottle of water, Clara's preferred brand, lying on its side near the edge of the Marley, a small dark patch of moisture spreading out from it. My mind registers the danger a split second too late. My left point shoe hits the slick, invisible patch of water on the floorboard. There's no friction, no grip. My foot slides out from under me with a terrifying speed. My body lurches sideways, my arms flailing as I lose my center of balance. I'm going down. A choked gasp escapes my lips. But Sebastian is moving before I even begin to fall. I don't know how he sees it, how he reacts so fast. He's supposed to be on the other side of the room, preparing for his own entrance. But he's not. He lunges, covering the distance between us in 2 powerful strides. He doesn't just steady me, he catches me. His arm hooks around my waist, pulling me back from the brink. My back slams flush against his chest, the impact knocking the wind out of me. His other arm comes around my front, his hand splayed across my stomach in a protective, grounding gesture. My head is thrown back against his shoulder, my hair spilling across his face. The world comes to a sudden, heart-stopping standstill. His body is a wall of solid muscle behind me, caging me in. I can feel the frantic, heavy beat of his heart hammering against my shoulder blades. His ragged, warm breath is in my ear. The scent of him, soap and clean sweat and cold winter air, fills my senses. For a dizzying, terrifying second, we are not 2 dancers. We are just a man and a woman, tangled up in a mess of adrenaline and surprise. The carefully constructed professional distance we've maintained for days is gone, obliterated in a single, breathless, shocking moment of contact.
Chapter 12. Sebastian. For one perfect, terrifying second, the world ceases to exist. There is no studio. There is no music. There are no ghosts. There is only Giselle. She's a solid, vibrant weight in my arms. Her back is flush against my chest, and I can feel the frantic, bird-fast beating of her heart against my own ribs. The scent of her hair, something clean and bright like citrus and green tea, fills my senses, short-circuiting my brain. Her skin is warm. Her body, which looks so delicate from a distance, is a tightly coiled bundle of lean, powerful muscle. She's all kinetic energy, all life, temporarily contained within my grasp. My mind is a white screen. The constant, buzzing static of my anxiety, the intrusive memories, the self-loathing, it all vanishes. There is only the here and now, the feeling of her body pressed against mine, the sound of our mingled ragged breaths. It's the most present I've felt in 4 years, and it is utterly intolerable. What in God's name was that? Julian's voice, sharp and furious, shatters the moment. Reality comes crashing back in like a tidal wave. The ghosts, the fear, the crushing weight of my past, it all slams back into me. My arms, which had acted on pure instinct, now feel like they are holding fire. I let go of her. No, that's not right. I shove her away from me. It's not a gentle release. It's a brusque, panicked motion, an instinct for self-preservation kicking in. I put a yard of empty space between us as quickly as possible, my hands feeling scorched. Giselle stumbles forward, catching herself on a nearby bar. Her gaze, dark and weighing, settled on me, wide with a mixture of shock from the fall and a new, confused hurt from my rejection. "Are you hurt?" Julian demands, rushing over to her. His face screams of professional concern. "I'm fine," she says, her voice a little shaky. She doesn't look at him. She's still looking at me. "There's water on the floor. I slipped." She points a trembling finger to the dark, slick patch on the marley. Maestro Dubois is there now, his expression thunderous. He inspects the spot, then his eyes scan the room, landing on the discarded water bottle in the corner. His gaze is sharp as it flicks over to where Clara is pretending to be absorbed in tying her shoe. He knows, but without proof, there's nothing he can do. "Clean this up," he barks at a nearby stagehand. "Immediately. This is an unacceptable breach of safety." I don't hear the rest. I've turned away, my back to Giselle, my focus on a spot on the far wall. I can still feel the imprint of her body against mine. I can still smell her hair. The sensory memory is a brand, and my every instinct is screaming at me to flee. Distraction. Danger. Get away. "Sebastian," Giselle's voice says from behind me. It's quiet, but it cuts through the noise of my own panic. "Thank you, you were incredibly fast." "I was in the right place," I say, my voice clipped and cold. I don't turn around. I can't. If I look at her, I'm afraid of what she'll see in my eyes. Don't let it happen again. The silence that follows my cruel, dismissive words is heavy. I'm punishing her for a moment of connection that I can't handle. It's a cowardly, despicable thing to do, and I do it anyway. The rest of the rehearsal is a masterclass in regression. The fragile bridge we had built is gone, washed away. I am a machine again, colder and more distant than ever before. I correct her with a detached brutality, refusing to meet her eyes in the mirror. I see her growing frustration, the way her jaw tightens, the way the light in her eyes dims a little with each of my cold remarks. Good. She needs to stay away from me. She needs to see me as the liability I am. It's safer for her. It's the only way I can protect her. That night, my apartment feels smaller than ever, the walls pressing in. I can't escape the memory of holding her. It's a phantom limb, an echo of sensation that I can't shake. I pace the floor, the polished wood cool beneath my bare feet. The silence is deafening. I can't do this. I can't be her partner. Every moment of progress is followed by a catastrophic step back. Every time she chips away at the wall, I'm forced to build it back twice as high. My gaze lands on the locked drawer of my desk. I know I shouldn't, but the restlessness is a physical ache, a frantic energy with nowhere to go. I need an outlet. I need the one sanctuary I have left. I unlock the drawer and pull out the black sketchbook. I flip past the pages of abstract choreographic diagrams until I get to the back. This is my other secret, my deeper one. The pages here are not filled with lines and arrows. They are filled with her. I've been sketching her from memory since the first day. It started as a way to analyze her movement, to understand her technique. But it's become something else. I open to a blank page and let the charcoal stick move in my fingers. I don't think. I just draw. I draw the way she holds her head during a warm-up. A perfect, elegant line from her chin to her collarbone. I draw the fierce, focused concentration in her eyes when she's listening to a piece of music. I draw the arc of her arm in a port de bras, a movement so full of grace it feels like a prayer. Tonight, I draw the way the light from the studio window caught the intricate coils of her hair, creating a kind of halo. I draw the determined set of her jaw right before she told me about her scar. This is the only place I allow myself to see her, to truly witness the artistry and the strength that radiates from her. Here, on the page, she is safe from me. Here, I can admire her without the terrifying reality of touching her. I am not her partner. I am not a threat. I am just a witness. The next day, I walk into the studio with the wall fully rebuilt, reinforced with steel. I'm polite, I am professional, and I'm 1,000 miles away. We get through the rehearsal. It's technically proficient and emotionally dead. We are two strangers moving in time to the music. As soon as Julian calls it a day, I grab my bag, my only thought to get out of there before the silence can suffocate me again. Sebastian! Giselle's voice stops me at the door. I turn, my hand on the doorknob, my expression impatient. The rehearsal is over, Giselle. Don't, she says, walking toward me, her own bag slung over her shoulder. She stops in front of me, her presence forcing me to acknowledge her. She is not a drawing I can hide in a book. She is real and she is angry. Don't you dare shut me out, not after yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about. I lie, my voice flat. The hell you don't, she retorts, her voice low but vibrating with a frustrated energy that matches my own. We were getting somewhere. We were building something. You talked to me about Bach. I told you about my mother. And then you saved me from a fall that would have put me in the hospital. And ever since then, you've been treating me like I'm radioactive. I can't work like this. Our job is to dance, not to talk about our feelings, I say, the words cold and dismissive. You think this is about feelings? She asks, her voice rising with disbelief. This is about trust. The kind of trust that keeps me from breaking my neck when you're supposed to be lifting me 3 feet in the air. I can't trust a ghost, Sebastian. I can't build a partnership with a man who disappears every time something real happens. I have no answer for that. She's right. I'm a ghost. It's better for her if she knows it. I turn to leave. I can't give you what you want. I'm not asking you to, she says, her voice sharp, stopping me in my tracks. I turn back to face her. The frustration in her eyes is still there, but it's now mixed with a searching, incisive curiosity. She takes a step closer, looking at me as if she's trying to solve a complex puzzle. What are you so afraid of, Sebastian? She asks, her voice suddenly quiet, cutting through all of my defenses. Me or yourself?
Chapter 13. Giselle. His silence is the answer. My question hangs between us in the empty hallway. What are you so afraid of, Sebastian? Me or yourself? And he has no defense against it. He just stares at me, his face a battleground of conflicting emotions. For a second, I see something flicker in his eyes, a flash of vulnerability, a desperate admission. I think he's going to speak, to finally give me a piece of the truth. But the moment passes. The fortress walls slam back into place. He gives a stiff, almost imperceptible shake of his head, turns without a word, and walks away, his long strides eating up the distance until he disappears around the corner. I'm left alone with the echo of my own question, feeling both victorious for having finally broken through his armor and utterly defeated by the emptiness he left behind. The next morning, the atmosphere in the company has shifted. The air, usually thick with a familiar blend of competition and camaraderie, is now laced with something else, something cheap and ugly. It starts subtly. I walk into the dancer's lounge to make a cup of tea, and a pair of corps de ballet girls, huddled by the coffee machine, go instantly silent. They give me wide-eyed, deer-in-the-headlights looks before grabbing their mugs and scurrying out of the room. I catch a single venomous whisper as they leave. Can't believe she'd be so obvious. A knot of unease tightens in my stomach. I tell myself I'm being paranoid. This world is a hotbed of gossip. It probably has nothing to do with me. But then, as I'm stretching in the studio before class, I watch Clara comforting one of the younger soloists who lost a role to a rival. It's just devastating when you work so hard and someone else gets it for other reasons, Clara says, her voice oozing fake sympathy while she shoots a pointed look in my direction. Some people just have a more direct line to the top, you know? The younger dancer's eyes follow Clara's gaze and land on me, her expression morphing from disappointment to a new, knowing sort of contempt. The knot in my stomach turns to a block of ice. Oh, I see. Keisha finds me at the bar moments later, her face grim. She doesn't beat around the bush. You need to hear this from me before you hear it from someone else, she says, her voice low. I think I'm already getting the picture, I say, my own voice tight. Let me guess. It involves me, Sebastian, and a spectacular lack of professional integrity. Keisha nods, her expression furious on my behalf. The story Clara's spinning is that you're sleeping with him, that the only reason Dubois brought in a damaged dancer like Cole and is still backing the show is because you've guaranteed your role in the bedroom. The words are so vulgar, so completely divorced from the slow, painful, non-physical reality of my partnership with Sebastian that I almost laugh. But the laughter dies in my throat because I can see that people are believing it. It's a simple, ugly story, and simple, ugly stories are the easiest ones to swallow. It's a classic, I say, my voice laced with a bitterness that tastes like poison. The ambitious black girl doesn't earn her place through talent and hard work. She sleeps her way to it. Of course. It's nonsense, G, Keisha says fiercely. Everyone who actually knows you knows it's nonsense. But not everyone knows me, Kay, I counter, my gaze sweeping the room. Most of them just see what Clara wants them to see. I hold my head high through the rest of the morning. I refuse to let them see me crack. I move through my warm-ups with a defiant grace, my spine straight, my expression a carefully constructed mask of indifference. But the whispers follow me, a swarm of invisible insects, their buzzing a constant maddening presence at the edge of my hearing. When it's time for my rehearsal with Sebastian, the air is poisoned. He's clearly heard the rumor. The wall between us is back, but it's no longer just his fear and trauma. It's this new, sordid thing, this lie. He's more remote than ever, his corrections clipped, his touch, when the choreography requires it, non-existent. He moves his hands away the second he can, as if I'm contagious. The fragile, non-verbal language we had started to build is gone. Every loaded glance, every moment of proximity, is now filtered through the lens of the rumor. Are they watching us? Do they think this is part of the sordid little play Clara has written for us? Halfway through the rehearsal, I can't take it anymore. We're in a brief pause, waiting for Julian to give a note. You've heard what they're saying, haven't you? I ask, my words thin and ready. Sebastian stares at our reflections in the mirror, his face a stony mask. I don't listen to gossip. Well, it's listening to you, I shoot back. It's in this room right now. It's affecting the work. Then you should learn to ignore it, he says coldly. None of it matters. Focus on the dancing. How can I ask, my frustration boiling over. How can we build the trust we need when the whole company thinks I'm your charity case and you're my ticket to the top? It does matter, Sebastian. No, he says, finally turning to look at me, his eyes blazing with a cold, hard light. It doesn't. Let them talk. We have a job to do. His dismissal is a slap in the face. He's refusing to even acknowledge this, to stand with me. He's retreating back into his fortress, leaving me to face the vipers alone. The hurt is so sharp, so unexpected, that it steals my breath. After the rehearsal, I flee to the quiet of the dressing room, needing to escape the whispers and the weight of Sebastian's cold shoulder. I feel defeated, worn down. The sheer malice of it all is exhausting. I sink onto the bench in front of my locker, my head in my hands, and my thoughts, unbidden, drift to my mother. I don't often let myself think about her dancing days. The stories are too painful, the what-ifs too heavy. But today, the parallel is unavoidable. I remember being a little girl, tracing the scar on her ankle, a scar so much deeper and more jagged than mine. I remember asking her, for the 100th time, how she got it. Usually, she would just say it was a bad fall. But one night, when I was older, she told me the truth. Her voice was quiet, full of a sadness that seemed ancient. She told me about her own rival, a ruthlessly ambitious girl who saw my mother's talent as a threat. She told me about the final company audition for the role of Odette in Swan Lake. She was my friend. My mother's voice echoes in my memory. Or I thought she was. She wished me luck right before I went on stage. Told me to break a leg. And then, during her solo, on her final spin, my mother's foot had slipped. There was nothing there. No water, no visible hazard. But the floor, usually so tacky with rosin, had been slick as ice, just in that one spot. The fall was brutal. The injury was career-ending. They called it a tragic accident. But my mother told me she saw the look in her rival's eyes afterward, the same triumphant saccharine smile I see on Clara's face every day. The resin box, which should have been in the wings, had been misplaced. An accident. The pattern is repeating. The whispers, the sabotage, the ambition that curdles into something poisonous. It's not just my career that's on the line. It's like I'm caught in a generational curse, fighting the same battle my mother lost. The thought is so chilling it makes me physically shudder. I need to write this down. I need to get it out of my head before it consumes me. My journal is my only safe space, the one place I can be completely, brutally honest. I stand up and pull open my locker door, but my journal isn't there. A sudden, jarring stillness. I rummage through my dance bag, my panic rising. It's always in the side pocket of my locker. Always. I never take it out of the building. Then I see it. It's lying on the bench, right where I was just sitting, and it's open. A cold, visceral wave of nausea washes over me. It's open to last week's entry, to a page filled with my messy, scrawling handwriting, a page where I poured out all my frustrations about Sebastian's walls, my fears about the role, my most private, vulnerable thoughts about my mother's legacy. Someone has been here. Someone has touched my things. Someone has read my soul. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vic Vaughn Romance. Chapter 14. Sebastian. I am a coward. The accusation rings in my head, a relentless echo of Giselle's parting question. I walked away from her, from the raw, honest truth she threw at my feet. I spent the night rebuilding my walls, convincing myself that the cold, empty distance was a form of protection. For her. For me. It's a lie. And I know it. It's not protection. It's cowardice. I have to find her. I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't have an answer to her question. But I can't let my silence be the last word. I need her to know. I don't know what. That I heard her. That she's not screaming into a void. I find her in the women's dressing room. The door is ajar, and I hesitate in the hallway, my hand raised to knock. But I stop. She's not changing. She's just standing there, perfectly still, in the middle of the room. She's staring down at an open book on the bench in front of her. Her posture is what makes my blood run cold. It's the posture of a person who has just been struck. All the defiant strength, the fire I've come to expect from her, is gone. She looks hollowed out, violated. "Giselle," I say, my voice rough. She starts, her head snapping up. Her eyes are wide, her face pale. She looks at me, and what I see in her expression is a deep, personal shame that makes no sense. "What is it?" I ask, stepping just inside the doorway. "What's wrong?" Her gaze drops back to the open book. Her voice, when she speaks, is a choked, broken whisper. "She read it." I frown, confused. "Read what?" "My journal," she breathes, the words barely audible. "I keep a journal. It was in my locker. It was open, like this." She read my journal. The 3 simple words, "she read it," land in my gut like a punch. The thumbtack was an attack on her body. The rumors were an attack on her reputation. This is an invasion of the soul. This is a violation of a place so private, so sacred, that it amounts to psychological warfare. And the cold, quiet rage that has been simmering in my veins since I first saw that tack in her palm now ignites into a full-blown inferno. It's a clean, clarifying fire. All my own self-loathing, my own fear, my own ghosts. They are burned away in this moment. All that's left is this pure, cold, protective fury. Clara has gone too far. The next morning I walk into the studio 15 minutes before company class. The room is buzzing with the usual pre-rehearsal energy, and in the center of it all, Clara is holding court. She's laughing, a bright, tinkling sound that doesn't reach her eyes, surrounded by a small group of sycophants. "It's just such a shame when personal drama starts to affect the entire production," she's saying, her voice loud enough for the whole room to hear. She's not looking at Giselle, who is stretching silently by the far bar, a perfect mask of composure on her face. But the words are aimed at her like arrows. Some people just aren't built for this level of pressure. They bring their baggage, and suddenly the whole company has to carry it. That's it. I'm done. I drop my duffel bag by the door and walk directly of the room, stopping a few feet from Clara's little circle. The conversation falters. They all look at me, their expressions a mixture of surprise and fear. "What pressure would that be, Clara?" I ask. My voice is calm, level, but it cuts through the chatter like a knife. The entire studio goes silent. Every eye is on us. Clara recovers quickly, plastering on her sweet, innocent smile. "Sebastian, I was just saying how difficult it must be for a production when a dancer is distracted." "Distracted," I repeat, the word flat and dead. "Is that what you call it? I'd use a different word. I'd call it being harassed, being sabotaged." I close the distance. Her smile wavers. "I'd call it having your privacy violated, your integrity questioned, and your personal property tampered with." A collective gasp ripples through the room. Clara's face pales. "I have no idea what you're implying." "No?" I ask, my voice dropping lower, but with an intensity that carries. "Then let me be explicit." I turn, my gaze sweeping across the entire company, making eye contact with every dancer in the room. Giselle DeLune earned the role of the Sugar Plum Fairy because she is the most gifted, expressive, and dedicated dancer in this company. Period. She is here because of her talent and nothing else. I turn my gaze back to Clara, pinning her with it. The only unprofessionalism in this room is the malicious, pathetic gossip being spread by an ambitious coward to undermine a fellow artist. It is a disgrace to this company and to the art form we practice. I let the words hang in the dead, silent air. I look directly at Clara, my expression leaving no room for doubt. "It will stop!" The words came out as a wisp of smoke. "Now." I hold her gaze for a full 5 seconds. She's the first to look away, her face a mask of humiliated fury. The power dynamic in the room has been fractured and reformed in a single, brutal moment. I turn and walk to the bar, taking the spot next to Giselle. She is staring at me, her eyes wide with shock, her lips slightly parted. She looks as if she's never seen me before. Maybe she hasn't. I've never seen this version of myself either. Later that afternoon, during a break, I find a quiet, empty hallway. The confrontation has solidified something in me, I am no longer a passive observer of my own life. The memory of the flash, the possibility that Anya's fall was not just my failure, has given me something I haven't had in years. A thread of hope. A question that needs an answer. I pull out my phone and scroll through my contacts until I find a name I haven't called in almost 5 years. My thumb hesitates over the screen. This is a call to a different life, a different world. I press the button. It rings twice before he picks up. This is Josh. Josh, it's Sebastian. There's a beat of stunned silence on the other end. Cole? Damn. Sebastian Cole? I thought you fell off the face of the earth. Josh Evans was one of the few friends who tried to stick around after the accident. A tech genius who works as a private investigator, mostly for high-end corporate clients. I was the one who pushed him away. I've been away, I say. Listen, I know this is out of the blue, but I need a favor, a big one. For you, name it, he says, his voice losing its surprise and gaining a serious edge. It's about the night of Anya's accident, I say, the words feeling strange and foreign on my tongue. At the Royal Opera House, there was a photographer in the wings, stage left. A freelancer, I think. He wasn't supposed to be there. I need to know who he was. Another pause. That was a long time ago, Seb. Why now? Because I just remembered something, I say, and I need to know if I'm crazy. Okay, Josh says slowly. Okay, I can look into it. It'll take some digging, press credentials, security logs, but if he was there, I'll find him. I'll call you when I have something. Thanks, Josh, I say, a strange sense of relief washing over me. I owe you. You don't owe me anything, man. It's good to hear your voice. We hang up. For the first time, I've taken an active step toward uncovering the truth of that night. It's terrifying, and it's liberating. When we go back into rehearsal, the atmosphere is completely different. The whispers are gone, replaced by a tense, wary respect. Julian is all business, but there's a new intensity in his focus. He senses the shift. All right, he says, clapping his hands. The floor work is clean. The connection is better. Let's try the lift. My blood runs cold. The old fear is still there, a knot of ice in my stomach. Just once, he says, as if negotiating with me. Mark it first, then we go for it. Nice and easy. We move to the stage. Giselle comes to stand in front of me. She looks up at me and her eyes are not filled with fear or doubt. They are filled with a quiet, steady trust. The trust she offered me before. The trust I just, in some small way, finally earned. She doesn't say a word. She doesn't have to. I see her resolve. I see her thinking of her mother. I see her deciding to get up no matter what. And I know, in this moment, that I cannot, will not, be the reason she falls. Ready? Julian asks. I look at Giselle. I give a single sharp nod. Mr. Davies begins the music. She does her turn. She preps. I get into position, my feet planted, my core engaged. I remember her breathing exercise, in for 4, hold for 4, out for 6. Her hands find my shoulders. My hands find her waist. This time they are steady. She springs, I breathe out, and I lift. And she is airborne. It's not perfect. It's shaky. My arms tremble with a combination of terror and exertion. But she is up. She's in the air, her body a perfect breathtaking line against the studio lights. For a single, triumphant, heart-stopping moment, the weight of her in my hands doesn't feel like a burden. It feels like a privilege. The old strength, the old magic I thought was dead and buried, surges through me. I'm a dancer again.
Chapter 15. Giselle. The successful lift changes everything. It's like a single shaky note that proves an entire orchestra can still play. The shift in the atmosphere of the company is immediate and palpable. The ugly whispers about us die down, replaced by a new, buzzing current of professional curiosity and reluctant hope. Julian, our choreographer, stops looking like a man on the verge of a nervous breakdown and starts looking like a man with a vision again. Even Maestro Dubois offers a rare, tight-lipped nod of approval at the end of our next rehearsal. Clara, on the other hand, watches us from her corner of the bar with a sullen, stormy expression. The power she wielded through gossip has evaporated, leaving her isolated in her own ambition. I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. But the biggest change is in Sebastian. It's not a complete transformation. He's not suddenly warm and talkative. The shadows are still in his eyes, the tension still coiled in his shoulders. But the brutal defensive wall he kept between us has been dismantled, brick by painful brick. It's been replaced by a tentative, fragile sense of collaboration. "Your wrist," he'll say now, his voice a low murmur as he guides me through a turn. "If you relax it just a fraction, the line will be cleaner. How does that feel for you?" The question is a revolution. How does that feel for you? He's asking for my input. He's acknowledging that this is a partnership, not a dictatorship. "Better?" I'll reply, making the adjustment. And it is better. "What if I delay the turn by half a count? It might feel less rushed." "Show me," he'll say. And I do. And he watches. His gaze intense and analytical, but no longer just critical. He is not just observing, he is collaborating. We are, for the first time, a team. The fear of the lifts is still there, a ghost that haunts every rehearsal. But now, I know how to spot it. As we prepare for any aerial work, I see his tell. It's a small, secret ritual I don't think anyone else has noticed. He'll flex his hands once, and then, with a quick, sharp motion, he'll crack the knuckles of his right hand. Crack, crack, crack. It's the sound of his anxiety, a physical manifestation of the terror he's forcing himself to confront. The first time I noticed it, a wave of profound empathy washed over me. It's not that he isn't scared. It's that he's scared. And he's choosing to do it anyway. For the show. For me. The quiet, consistent bravery of that small act makes me trust him more than any words ever could. One evening, we hit a wall. There's a transition in the adagio, a complex sequence that moves from a slow, controlled turn directly into a press lift, and it's clunky. We run it again and again, but the flow isn't there. It feels mechanical, disjointed. "No, no, no!" Julian finally shouts, throwing his hands up in the air. "It's ugly. There's no grace, no story. You look like two robots assembling a car. I'm done. My eyes are bleeding. Go home. We'll start fresh tomorrow." He storms out, leaving a trail of frustration in his wake. The other dancers pack up quickly, eager to escape the tense atmosphere. I stay behind, my mind still working through the problematic sequence. I walk through the steps on my own, trying to feel where the disconnect is. I'm so absorbed, I don't notice that Sebastian hasn't left. He's standing by the door, his duffel bag on the floor, just watching me. "You're trying to force it," he said, in a quiet voice in the now empty studio. I stop and turn to face him. It feels clunky. The timing is all wrong. "Because you're thinking of it as two separate movements," he says, walking toward me. A turn, then a lift. It's not. It's one thought, one breath. He stops a few feet from me. "Try leading with your shoulder out of the turn, not your hip. Let the momentum carry you into my hands." He moves into position. "Show me." And just like that, an unsanctioned late-night rehearsal begins. The studio is dark now, save for the single, ethereal ghost light in the center of the stage, which casts long dancing shadows on the walls. Mr. Davies, the accompanist, is long gone, so we work in silence. The absence of music changes everything. All we have is the sound of our own breathing, the soft slide of our shoes on the marley, the quiet grunts of exertion. It's more intimate than any performance. Again, he murmurs after we run the sequence. It's better, but not perfect. Again, I agree. We work for what feels like hours. The studio becomes a timeless space, a world of our own creation. The movements stop being choreography and start becoming a conversation. My body asks a question, and his answers. He creates a space, and I fill it. We are no longer two dancers. We are one entity, moving through the silence. The sweat is dripping from my temples. My muscles are screaming, but I've never felt more energized. A new, palpable energy is humming in the air between us. It's no longer just the tension of his trauma or my ambition. It's something else, something warmer, heavier, and infinitely more dangerous. Okay, I think my legs are about to file for divorce, I say, finally breaking a pose and collapsing onto the floor, my chest heaving. A low chuckle surprises me. It's the first time I've heard him laugh. It's a rough, rusty sound, but it's real. He sinks down onto the floor a few feet from me, leaning his back against the cool mirror. Mine are threatening a class action lawsuit, he says, his lips twitching into a ghost of a smile. We sit in a comfortable, exhausted silence. I take a long drink from my water bottle, and then, without thinking, I offer it to him. He hesitates for a second before taking it, his fingers brushing against mine. A jolt, small but electric, sparks between us. His lips touch the same spot where mine just were. The casual intimacy of the gesture is a wrecking ball to the last of my defenses. I watch him. The way the dim light carves shadows along the sharp planes of his face. The way a stray lock of damp, dark hair falls across his forehead. I want to reach out and brush it back. The impulse is so strong it makes my fingers ache. We should go, he says, his voice suddenly husky, as if sensing the shift in my thoughts. It's late. He's right. We get up, our movements slow and stiff. I'll walk you home, he says. It's not a question. The city is asleep as we walk the few blocks to my apartment building. The streets are empty, the air cool and crisp. The easy silence from the studio floor has followed us, but it's no longer comfortable. It's charged. We arrive at the front door of my building. The stoop is small, enclosed, creating an intimate little bubble for just the two of us under the warm glow of the porch light. I turn to face him, my keys clutched in my hand. Well, this is my stop, I say, trying for a lightness I don't feel. Thanks for making sure I wasn't abducted by any rogue balletomanes. He doesn't smile. He just looks at me, his gaze intense, searching. I wasn't worried about them. His voice is low, serious. The air crackles. All the unspoken energy from the last few hours is converging right here, on this tiny patch of concrete. A gust of wind sweeps down the quiet street, and a single stray coil of my hair breaks free from my bun, falling across my cheek. Before I can move to tuck it away, his hand is lifting. He hesitates for a fraction of a second, his fingers hovering in the space between us, before he commits. He gently, deliberately sweeps the strand of hair from my cheek, his knuckles grazing my skin. He tucks it carefully behind my ear, but his hand doesn't retreat. It stays, his fingers resting just below my ear, his thumb caressing the sensitive skin of my neck. His touch is electric, a quiet fire that spreads through my entire body. Giselle, he murmurs, her name a soft, private sound meant only for her. His name on my lips feels like an admission. Sebastian. I breathe back. His eyes are locked on mine, and for the first time there are no walls, no ghosts. There is only a raw, profound longing that mirrors my own. Tonight, he says, his voice thick with an emotion I can't name. In the studio, when we were working, I haven't felt like that in a long time. My heart is hammering against my ribs. Felt like what? I whisper, needing him to say it, to make this real. He swallows, his gaze dropping to my lips for a heartbeat, before returning to my eyes. Like I was home. The word is a key, unlocking the last of my reservations. It's the most vulnerable, honest thing he has ever said to me. I see the truth of it in his eyes, the deep, aching need for a place to belong. My own hands come up, resting on his chest. I can feel the steady, heavy beat of his heart beneath my palm. He searches my eyes, looking for something, permission, a sign, I don't know. I give it to him, my gaze softening, my lips parting slightly. That's all it takes. He leans in, his other hand coming up to cut my jaw. His movements are slow, deliberate, erasing the last of the space between us. My eyes flutter shut. This is it. This is the moment everything changes. His breath is warm on my lips, and then he flinches. It's a violent, full-body recoil, as if he's been struck by lightning. His hands snatch away from my face like he's been burned. My eyes fly open in shock. The man in front of me is a stranger again. The warmth, the longing, the sense of homecoming. It's all gone, replaced by a stark, horrifying look of self-loathing. He's staring at me as if I'm the embodiment of a terrible sin he almost committed. "Sebastian," I whisper, my voice trembling, confused. "I can't," he chokes out, the words torn from him. He takes a staggering step back, putting a universe of cold air between us. His face is a mask of anguish. This was a mistake. Before I can form a reply, before I can even process the whiplash of the last 10 seconds, he turns. He doesn't walk away. He flees, his long strides carrying him quickly into the darkness, leaving me alone on my doorstep. My heart pounding, my lips still tingling with the ghost of a kiss that never was.
Chapter 16. Sebastian. I run. I don't walk. I don't retreat. I run from her doorstep like the hounds of hell are at my heels. And in a way they are. They're the ones that live inside my own head. The cold night air does nothing to cool the fire of shame burning in my gut. Each stride on the empty pavement is a self-inflicted punishment. Coward. Fool. Monster. The words are a syncopated rhythm to the frantic pounding of my own heart. This was a mistake. The words I threw at her like a weapon echo in my ears. A mistake. Touching her, wanting her, feeling the terrifying, brilliant flicker of home in her presence. My broken mind registered it all as a catastrophic error. Because the last time I felt at home, I burned the whole house down. Back in my apartment, I don't turn on the lights. I pace the small living room in the dark, a caged animal trapped with the wreckage of my own making. I can still feel the silk of her hair against my knuckles, the soft warmth of her skin under my thumb. I can still see the hope, the trust, the want in her eyes right before I crushed it. I dropped her. Not from a lift, not yet. But I let her fall right there on her doorstep, and the cause was the same as it was 4 years ago. My own goddamn failure. My inability to handle the weight. My phone buzzes on the counter, a harsh, vibrating sound that makes me flinch. I ignore it. It's probably Dubois or Julian. I can't talk to anyone. It buzzes again, insistent. I stalk over and grab it, ready to snarl at whoever is on the other end. The screen lights up with a name I wasn't expecting. Josh Evans. A jolt of adrenaline, cold and sharp, cuts through my self-pity. I swipe to answer, my thumb unsteady. Josh. You're not gonna like this, he says, his voice tinny through the speaker. There's no preamble, no small talk. He knows I'm not in the mood. I don't like anything, Josh, I say, my voice a low rasp. Just tell me. I can hear the soft clicking of a keyboard on his end. Okay, your photographer, the guy you saw in the wings at the Opera House, his name is Marco Finch. The name means nothing to me. And Marco Finch is a bottom feeder, Josh says, his tone laced with professional disdain. He's not a real photojournalist. He's a paparazzo who specializes in catching people at their worst. Think actresses without makeup, politicians with their mistresses, athletes getting into drunken brawls. If there's a compromising photo, chances are Finch or someone like him took it. My hand tightens around the phone. So he's a scumbag. What else? He had no official press credentials for the show that night. I checked the house logs. He shouldn't have been anywhere near that stage. He was trespassing. The pieces are clicking into place, forming a picture I don't want to see. So why was he there? That's the million-dollar question, Josh says. I hear him take a drag from what I know is a vape. I dug into his financials around that time. 2 days before the show, he received an anonymous wire transfer for £10,000. I stopped pacing. 10,000? For what? A few pictures of a ballet? That's what I thought. It's way too high, so I kept digging. Finch has a reputation. He doesn't just take pictures of scandals. Sometimes he helps create them. A source tips him off that a celebrity is going to be at a certain bar, and that source also makes sure the celebrity gets overserved. Finch gets his messy photo. The source gets their revenge. Everyone gets paid. A cold, heavy dread is pooling in my stomach. What are you saying, Josh? I'm saying this guy gets paid to be in the right place at the right time. And 10 grand suggests someone wanted him to get a real money shot, Josh says, his voice grim. A career-ending money shot. A public humiliation. A fall. A fight. A wardrobe malfunction. Anything that sells. The word hangs lingered between us. A fall. And the source of the payment? I ask. My voice barely a whisper. Untraceable. A series of shell accounts and ghost corporations. Whoever paid him was a pro. They wanted that picture, and they wanted to remain a ghost. I'm silent, the implications of what he's saying washing over me in waves of nausea. Sabotage. Deliberate, paid-for, life-altering sabotage. Seb? Josh's voice pulls me back. Are you there? Yeah, I managed to say. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Josh. This is what I needed. Be careful, man, he says before hanging up. Sounds like you're digging up snakes. I end the call and sink onto the edge of my couch, the phone slipping from my numb fingers. The room is spinning. For 4 years, I've carried the narrative of a tragic accident, a personal failure. But this reframes everything. It wasn't just a fall, it was a push. Someone wanted Anya to fall. Someone paid to have a photographer there to capture the exact moment I broke her. And the guilt, which has been my constant companion for years, now transforms into something new, something infinitely more complex. Because it wasn't just my partner's career I destroyed that night. The memory rises, summoned by the new, horrifying context. It's a happy memory, which makes it all the more painful. Our apartment, the one with the big windows, the scent of her favorite pasta dish lingering in the air. We'd just gotten back from a triumphant opening night of Giselle. She was luminous, floating on a cloud of adrenaline and joy. I remember my own heart hammering in my chest for a different reason. I remember the weight of the small velvet box in my pocket. I have something for you, I said, my voice unsteady. She turned from the window, her red hair like a fiery halo in the city lights. More flowers? Sebastian, you're going to turn this place into a jungle. It's not flowers, I said, my palms sweating. I got down on one knee. Her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. I opened the box. The ring was simple, a vintage piece with a small, perfect diamond. Anya Volkov, I said, my voice thick with emotion. You are the most brilliant, infuriating, and beautiful person I have ever known. You are my home. Marry me. Her answer was a tearful, joyful yes that echoed in our small apartment. The weight of her in my arms that night was not a burden. It was the promise of an entire lifetime. We were engaged. The secret I've never told anyone. The detail that makes the guilt not just professional, but biblical in its proportions. I didn't just fail my partner. I failed my fiancée. I failed the woman who was going to be my wife, the mother of my children. I failed our entire future. And as I sit here in the dark, the pieces of the past and the present collide with a sickening crash. The anonymous source who paid a photographer to capture Anya's fall. The anonymous monster who is leaving thumbtacks for Giselle, who's spreading rumors, who violated the sanctity of her journal. It's the same pattern, the same snake shedding its skin. My focus has been all wrong. I've been so consumed with my own trauma, my own fear of dropping Giselle, that I've been blind to the real threat. The danger isn't me. It's the world we live in. It's the vipers who hide in the wings. My laptop is still open on the coffee table. As I stare at the screen, a new email notification pops up. The sender is a string of random numbers and letters, an anonymous, encrypted address. The subject line is blank. A cold premonition snakes its way up my spine. My hand is trembling as I move the trackpad and click on the message. The email contains a single line of text, stark and black against the white screen. History repeats itself. Stay away from the stage. She'll be next.
Chapter 17. Giselle. The world has been tilted on its axis. Since the day Sebastian defended me, the entire company moves around us with a new, wary respect. The whispers have died, replaced by a tense, watchful silence. Clara is a thundercloud of resentment in the corner of the studio, her power neutralized. For the first time in weeks, I can breathe. But Sebastian has built a new wall. It's not the wall of cold, traumatized distance I spent weeks trying to chip away at. This one is different. It's a fortress. And he's built it around me. He is no longer just my partner. He has become my shadow, my sentinel, my own personal storm cloud of hypervigilance. He gets to the studio 15 minutes before me every single day. By the time I arrive, he has already walked the perimeter of the floor, his eyes scanning every inch of the marley. He inspects the bars, his hands running along the wood, checking their stability. During rehearsals, he is a hawk. His focus is split. Half of him is with me, his body a perfect, responsive instrument in our pas de deux. But the other half is constantly scanning. His gaze flicks past me to the wings, up to the rigging high above, across the room to the other dancers. He's not just dancing with me, he's guarding me. And it is, in a deeply unsettling way, the safest I have ever felt. He is a tangible shield against the unseen threats I now know are lurking in the corners of my world. But his vigilance is also a heavy weight, a constant suffocating reminder that I am a target. During a water break, I find him by the windows, staring down at the city street below, his shoulders tight with tension. I can't take the silence anymore. "You're hovering, Sebastian," I say quietly, coming to stand beside him. He doesn't look at me, his gaze still fixed on the street. "What?" "You're hovering," I repeat. "I can feel you watching my every step. And not for my technique. You check every prop before I touch it. You watch every person who comes within 5 feet of me. It's like dancing with the Secret Service." A muscle ticks in his jaw. I'm being careful. Someone has to be. There's a difference between being careful and being a bodyguard, I press, my frustration softening with concern. "You're tense. You barely sleep. I can see it in your eyes. What happened? What aren't you telling me?" He finally turns to look at me, and his eyes are so full of a dark, grim knowledge that it makes my breath catch. "There's nothing to tell, Giselle," he says in a low, serious rumble that sends a chill down my spine. "Just watch your back." He walks away, leaving me with the distinct, terrifying feeling that the wall between us isn't there to keep me out. It's there to protect me from a truth he thinks I can't handle. "All right, let's block the grand entrance," Julian calls, clapping his hands to gather our attention. "Stagehands, bring in the sleigh." 2 men wheel out the gilded sleigh. It's a beautiful piece of stagecraft, ornate and magical, painted to look like it's spun from pure gold and moonlight. It's the centerpiece of my entrance as the Sugar Plum Fairy, the vessel that carries the magic into the land of sweets. Giselle, I want you to sit here, on the edge, Julian instructs, pointing. You'll be wheeled to center stage, you'll rise, and then, Sebastian, you will be there to assist her. As I move toward the sleigh, Sebastian steps directly into my path, holding up a hand to stop me. Julian lets out an exasperated sigh. Cole, what is it now? It's a sleigh, not a guillotine. Just a moment, Sebastian says, his voice low and commanding. He ignores Julian completely, his focus entirely on the prop. The entire room falls silent watching him. He approaches the sleigh not as a dancer, but as an inspector. He runs his hands methodically along the frame, testing the joints, his expression grim. He crouches down, examining the undercarriage, the wheels. He moves with a quiet, intense purpose that is both fascinating and terrifying. He's not just looking, he's hunting. He stops, his body going completely still. He's crouched by the back left wheel. He doesn't announce his finding. He just looks up, his eyes finding mine across the room. Giselle, he says, his voice flat. Come here. A knot of ice forms in my stomach. I walk over, my ballet slippers silent on the floor. I crouch down beside him. He points. Look, he says. I follow his finger. He's pointing at the main support beam connecting the wheel to the sleigh's chassis. A single large bolt is supposed to be holding it in place, but the bolt is threaded by only a single precarious turn. It's loose, dangerously loose. And then I see what he saw. Just beside the bolt, almost invisible in the ornate scrollwork, is a thin, dark line. It's a hairline fracture in the wood, but it's too clean, too straight. It hasn't split. It's been sawn, a deliberate, malicious cut, weakened just enough. The realization hits me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't like the thumbtack, meant to cause a painful but minor injury. This was designed for a catastrophic failure. The sleigh would have wheeled out, and under my full weight, this beam would have snapped. The whole thing would have collapsed, sending me falling from a height of several feet onto the hard, unforgiving stage. It would have been a career-ending injury. A public, humiliating, and devastating accident. Get Dubois, Sebastian says to Julian, his voice a blade of cold steel. The next 10 minutes are a blur of furious, hushed conversations. Maestro Dubois inspects the damage, his face turning a shade of purple I've never seen before. Stagehands are questioned. The company is gathered. Clara, when asked if she saw anyone near the prop storage area, puts a hand to her chest, her face a perfect mask of horrified innocence. "Oh my goodness, that's awful," she exclaims, her eyes wide. "It must be old. This equipment is ancient. It's probably just wear and tear." Thank God Sebastian caught it. The lie is so blatant, so perfectly performed, that I feel a surge of nausea. Without proof, there's nothing Dubois can do. The sleigh is sent for immediate repair. A stern, company-wide memo about safety protocols will be issued, and the snake will remain hidden in the grass. As the company disperses, I'm left with a single clarifying thought. It's us. It's not just a partnership for the stage anymore. It's me and him against everyone else. We are the only two people in this entire building who know the full truth. We are a unit, bound together by a threat that is becoming more dangerous by the day. That evening, the rehearsal ends on a sour, unresolved note. We pack our bags in a tense silence, the events of the day hanging heavy between us. As we head for the stage door, Sebastian walks with me, a silent, grim shadow at my side. He's about to say goodnight at the alley entrance when he suddenly freezes, his hand shooting out to grab my arm, pulling me back into the shadows of the building's deep-set doorway. "What is it?" I whisper, my heart leaping into my throat. He puts a single finger to his lips, his eyes fixed on something down the dark alley. I follow his gaze. Clara's there, climbing into the passenger seat of a sleek, expensive-looking black car that was waiting for her. But it's the driver who makes the breath catch in my throat. He's not a young man, not a boyfriend. He's older, in his 50s perhaps, dressed in a tailored suit, with a head of silver hair and a face that radiates a cold, dismissive kind of power. I've never seen him before. As the car's taillights disappear down the street, Sebastian steps out from the alcove. He raises his phone, his movements quick and discreet. The screen illuminates his face in the darkness for a second, as he snaps a picture of the license plate just before the car turns the corner. He pockets the phone, his face a mask of stone. I step out of the shadows and come to stand beside him, the cold night air doing nothing to stop the nervous tremor in my hands. "What are you doing?" I ask, the sound caught in my throat. He looks at me and his eyes are dark, focused, and more dangerous than I have ever seen them. "Just being careful," he replies. But I see the truth in the hard set of his jaw. This wasn't a caution, this was a hunt, and I was standing right beside him.
Chapter 18. Sebastian. I'm following her. I don't know why. Every instinct in my body is screaming at me to run, to lock myself in my apartment and never come out. But her fingers are wrapped around my wrist, a small, warm anchor in the chaotic storm of my thoughts, and I can't seem to pull away. She's right. The whole thing was a setup, an elegant, two-pronged attack designed to break both of us. The sleigh for her body, the music for my mind. The sheer, calculated cruelty of it makes my blood run cold with a fury I haven't felt in years. The text message glows on my phone screen, a monument to my own uselessness. License plate is a dead end. Rental car paid in cash. The guy's a ghost. Frustration, sharp and acidic, burns in my throat. For days, I've clung to that license plate number, that single, tangible piece of evidence in a world of whispers and shadows. It was a thread. Now it's been snipped. The man in the car, Clara's powerful-looking associate, is just as untouchable as the anonymous source who paid for a photographer to document my ruin 4 years ago. I am chasing ghosts, and I am failing. Every sabotage attempt against Giselle, the tack, the sleigh, is a reminder that I am one step behind. My new, frantic vigilance is a reactive shield, not a proactive weapon. I can only wait for the next attack and hope I'm fast enough to stop it. It's a hell of a way to live. Cole, Daloon. Julian's voice, sharp with impatience, cuts through my thoughts. Full run-through of the pas de deux. Now, let's pretend we're a professional ballet company, shall we? I shove the phone into my bag, the frustration coiling into a tight, angry knot in my gut. I have to put it away. I have to focus. Giselle is waiting for me in the exact middle of the space, her expression calm and steady. She trusts me. The weight of that trust is a constant pressure on my chest. We take our places. The pianist begins the familiar, soaring notes of the adagio. We move through the opening, my body on autopilot, my mind still racing, paid in cash. A ghost. The sabotage is sophisticated, calculated. This isn't just petty jealousy. This is a campaign. We approach the first major lift, the one that has become the benchmark of our progress, the symbol of our fragile, hard-won trust. The music swells, a triumphant, emotional crescendo. This is the most vulnerable moment. It requires absolute synchronicity, absolute faith. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic mix of the old fear and a new, protective fury. I see Giselle's unwavering confidence as she preps for the ascent. I will not fail her. I bend my knees, my hands securely on her waist, my muscles coiling for the press. And the world lurches. The music, our guide, our landscape, our very atmosphere rips apart. It jumps, skipping several bars of the score and accelerating into a frantic, chaotic parody of itself. The tempo doubles, then triples, becoming a frantic, discordant mess. It is impossible. It is unwieldy. It is a deliberate sonic assault designed to shatter a dancer's timing and nerve. It's designed to make me panic. For a split second, the old terror seizes me. The sudden, violent shift in rhythm is a shock to the nervous system. My mind flashes back to another stage, another piece of music, another partner. The urge to freeze, to collapse, is overwhelming. But then I feel Giselle's body coiled and ready in my hands. I see the flicker of confusion in her eyes. And the rage, the cold, clean rage I've come to know so well, eclipses the fear. My protective instincts take over. This is not an accident. This is an attack. I abort the lift. My muscles engage with a controlled power, and I set her down safely, firmly back on the solid ground. My own breath is a ragged, tearing sound in my chest, but she is safe. The music screeches to a halt. The pianist is waving his hands, his face a carefully blank slate. Panicked confusion. It's the system! The track just jumped! I don't know what happened! My gaze bypasses him, cutting across the room to the sound booth, and I see her. Clara. She's standing just inside the doorway, her focus entirely on her phone, the very picture of bored innocence. But I see the slight, satisfied smirk on her lips before she smooths it away. I know it was her. I know it with a certainty that makes my hands clench into fists. That's it! Rehearsal is over! Julian shouts, his face purple with rage. This is a circus! An absolute circus! The room dissolves into chaos. I don't hear it. I'm locked in a silent, murderous standoff with a woman pretending I don't exist. The rage is so potent I feel like I'm going to choke on it. I need to get out of here before I do something that ends my career for good. I grab my bag, my only thought to escape, to find a wall to punch, to outrun the fury that's consuming me. Don't. Giselle's voice stops me at the door. I turn, ready to snarl at her to leave me alone, but the word dies in my throat. Her face is calm, but her eyes are blazing. Don't you dare walk away and shut down, she says, her voice low but firm. Not after this. There's nothing to say, Giselle. I growl, my voice a low rumble. The entire rehearsal was a setup. I know, she says, taking a step closer. I don't believe that was a glitch, and neither do you. Her gaze sweeps over me, taking in my clenched fists, the sweat on my brow, the tremor I can't control. You look like you haven't had a real meal in a week. You're coming with me. I shake my head. I'm not hungry. My treat, she says, her eyes holding mine, refusing to let me look away. And that is not a request. And so I find myself sitting in a booth in a shabby, brightly lit diner that smells of coffee and old vinyl. The fluorescent lights hum, and the cheerful pop music coming from an old jukebox feels like it's from another planet. I feel like an alien, a creature of shadow and silence dropped into this world of casual, everyday noise. She sips her tea. I stare into the black depths of my coffee. The silence is a heavy, suffocating thing. I'm closed off, the rage having cooled into a familiar, grim shame. She doesn't press me about the rehearsal, about Clara. Instead, she changes tactics, her emotional intelligence a scalpel that finds its way past all my defenses. The Bach partita you recognized the other day, she says, her voice soft. Did your father play it often? The question is so unexpected, so personal, it catches me completely off guard. I find myself answering before the walls can go back up. Every day, I say, my voice rough. It was his favorite. He was a concert pianist, a genius. He sounds amazing, she says, her gaze gentle, inviting me to continue. He was, I say, the words tasting like rust as they leave my mouth. He was also terrified. Every time before he walked on stage, he would be physically ill. He saw every performance as a tightrope walk with a 1,000-foot drop and no net. He hid it from everyone, but I saw it. The pressure. It ate him alive. The confession is a stone I didn't know I was carrying, and now it's sitting on the table between us. He died when he was 45, I continue, unable to stop the torrent of words. Massive heart attack. The doctors called it a heart attack. But I know what it was. It was the fear. The fear finally won. I finish, the silence of the diner rushing in to fill the space my confession left behind. I feel raw, exposed, stripped bare. I brace myself for the inevitable look of pity, the soft, useless words of condolence. But Giselle doesn't offer pity. She offers strength. She reaches across the Formica tabletop and takes my hand. Her fingers are warm, strong, and they lace through mine without hesitation. My first instinct is to recoil, to snatch my hand away from the startling comfort of her touch. But I can't. Her grip is a lifeline, and I'm a drowning man. I cling to it. I look down at our joined hands, at the startling contrast between her deep brown skin and my own pale knuckles. After a long moment, I lift my gaze to meet hers. Her eyes are full of a deep, compassionate understanding that feels more real than anything I have experienced in years. I expect her to say something about my father, but instead she speaks to me. "You are not your father, Sebastian," she says softly, her voice a current of pure, unwavering strength. "You came back. After everything, you're still here. You're still fighting." I look down at our hands again, at the simple, profound connection between us. The truth, a truth so raw and terrifying, it rips its way out of my throat, escapes me before I can stop it. My voice is a broken whisper. "I'm not fighting for the stage, Giselle. I'm fighting for you."
Chapter 19. Giselle. His words from last night are a ghost that follows me into the studio, but for the first time, it's a gentle one. "I'm not fighting for the stage, Giselle. I'm fighting for you." The memory of them, of his rough whisper in the cheap diner, of the startling, solid warmth of his hand holding mine, has fundamentally changed the air between us. The tension that defined our partnership is still there, but it has been transmuted. It's no longer the sharp, anxious hum of two strangers navigating a minefield. It's the resonant, thrumming energy of a shared secret, a shared purpose. Our morning rehearsal is a revelation. When we move as one. His corrections are still precise, but they are delivered as quiet suggestions, not cold commands. My body responds not just with technique, but with an open, willing trust. The space between us is no longer a chasm of fear, but a charged, intimate space where a fragile, nascent connection is beginning to bloom. We are telling a story now, and it feels like our own. We finish a run-through of the adagio that leaves us both breathless, the final note of the piano hanging in the air like a promise. Julian is beaming. For a moment, a single, perfect moment, I feel a surge of pure, unadulterated hope. We can do this. We can actually do this. The moment is shattered by Maestro Dubois' voice, cutting through the quiet aftermath. "Giselle, my office. Now." The command is abrupt, the tone clipped and severe. It cuts through the positive energy in the room like a shard of glass. I look at Sebastian. His face, which had been relaxed just a second before, is now a tense, wary mask. He gives me a barely perceptible nod, but I see the anxiety flare in his eyes. As I walk across the vast studio toward the director's office, the door swings open and Clara glides out. She pauses when she sees me, her lips curling into a small, smug smile of pure, unadulterated victory. She doesn't say a word. She just gives me a look that says, "The Queen is dead. Long live the Queen." A cold dread snakes its way up my spine. This is not good. I step into the office. Dubois is pacing behind his desk, his hands clasped behind his back. The room felt charged, a breath away from combustion, a heavy paternal disappointment. He doesn't offer me a seat. "Giselle," he begins, his voice grave. "Concerns have been raised, Serious ones. My heart gives a hard, painful thud. Concerns about what, maestro? About Sebastian's stability, he says, finally stopping to pin me with his gaze. Clara has formally expressed that his behavior is becoming erratic, that he froze during the music cue yesterday and became aggressive, blaming the equipment. She claims he seems paranoid. The audacity of it, the sheer, poisonous brilliance of her manipulation, is breathtaking. She has taken every incident of sabotage and twisted it, reframing his justified reactions as signs of instability. She has suggested, Dubois continues, his voice heavy with reluctance, that for the safety of the production, and for your safety, we should consider a simpler version of the pas de deux, perhaps with David as your partner. David, the understudy, a solid, reliable dancer with all the stage presence of a block of wood. The suggestion is an insult. It's a demotion. It's a surrender. A white-hot rage, clean and clarifying, burns away my fear. I have been defended. Now it is my turn to defend. No, I say. The word is quiet, but it lands in the silent room with a heavy slammed door. Dubois raises an eyebrow. No? No, I repeat, my voice gaining strength. I take a step forward, meeting his gaze without flinching. The only person in this company whose behavior is erratic and dangerous is Clara. Let me be clear about what you call Sebastian's paranoia. Are you referring to the thumbtack I found in my shoe? Or the gilded sleigh that was sawn through, which would have collapsed under my weight if Sebastian hadn't found it? Or are you referring to the music that was deliberately sabotaged yesterday in a malicious attempt to trigger a man's trauma in front of the entire company? I lay out each incident, my voice calm, rational, and vibrating with a fury I didn't know I possessed. Dubois' expression shifts from stern disapproval to shock. Sebastian isn't paranoid, I continue, my voice softening but losing none of its intensity. He is vigilant. He is the only reason I have felt safe in this building for the last 2 weeks. He is the only reason I still have a career to fight for. I take another step, closing the distance between us. Maestro, you brought him here because you needed a miracle. He is performing one. He is facing down his own history every single day, with a courage I have never witnessed in another human being. You need to trust him. I let the words sink in before delivering the final crucial blow. I trust him. With my life. I leave the office without waiting for a response, my adrenaline pumping, my heart hammering in my chest. I find Sebastian in the hallway, exactly where I knew he would be. He's leaning against the wall, his posture rigid, his face a stone mask. He's waiting for the verdict, for the axe to fall. Well, he asks, his voice rough. Clara went to Dubois, I say, my own voice still trembling slightly from the confrontation. She told him you were unstable, paranoid. She suggested he replace you with the understudy. I watch him process the words. He doesn't look surprised. He looks resigned, as if this is the outcome he has been expecting all along. He's waiting for me to agree with her, to admit I'm scared, to say that it's for the best. And what did you say? He asks, his gaze searching mine, already braced for the blow. I told him he was wrong, I say, my voice softening. I told him I trust you. The stone facade of his expression cracks. He looks at me, his eyes full of a raw, disbelieving vulnerability. He doesn't know what to do with my faith. It's a language he's forgotten how to speak. My mother, I begin, the words coming from a deep, intuitive place. The rival who sabotaged her, who ended her career. My mother could have let that bitterness eat her alive. She had every right, but she didn't. I see the memory so clearly. My mother, a slight limp in her step, teaching a class of clumsy 6-year-olds, her face glowing with a patient, quiet joy. Her real grace wasn't on the stage, I say, my voice thick with emotion. It was in everything that came after. She chose to pour her love of dance into others. She chose to create beauty instead of dwelling on the ugliness that was done to her. She refused to be a victim of someone else's ambition. I take a step closer to him, my gaze holding his. She taught me that trust isn't a feeling you wait for, some perfect, fearless state. It's a choice you make. It's an action. It's the thing you build together when the whole world is trying to tear you apart. I reach out and place my hand on his chest, right over his heart. I can feel the frantic, heavy beat beneath my palm. And I am choosing to trust you, Sebastian, completely. My words, my touch, my unwavering faith. It's the one thing he has no defense against. It breaks through the last of his walls. He looks at me, his eyes filled with a raw, painful, and deeply vulnerable anguish. The weight of his entire past seems to be resting in his gaze. His voice, when he finally speaks, is a broken, shattered whisper, the sound of a heart tearing open. He is handing me the last, heaviest piece of his story. Anya, we were engaged.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 20. Sebastian. The words are out. 3 simple words that I've held captive in my chest for 4 years, locked away like poison. We were engaged. Hang in the sterile quiet of the hallway, a final shattering confession. I'm completely exposed, braced for the impact. I'm a connoisseur of pity. I know its every flavor, and I wait for Giselle to serve me the dose I deserve. But she does none of those things. She doesn't move. Her hand is still a warm, steady pressure on my chest. She just looks at me, her dark eyes holding mine, and what I see in their depths is not pity. It's strength. A profound, unwavering strength that seems to mirror my own pain and reflect it back at me as something I can actually bear. That must have been an impossible weight to carry alone, she says, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind. The words are so direct, so devoid of judgment, they knock the air from my lungs. I shake my head, the automatic, self-flagellating response rising like bile in my throat. It was my fault. I carried what I deserved. No, she says, and the single word is a quiet thunderclap that shakes the very foundations of the prison I built for myself. Her gaze is fierce, almost angry on my behalf. You carried what you were given. There's a difference. She squeezes her hand on my chest, a small, emphatic gesture. Now you don't have to carry it alone. Her grace is a current that threatens to pull me under. I feel a splintering inside me, a lifetime of rigid, self-imposed control cracking apart. I have to get out of here. I take a half step back, pulling away from the life-saving warmth of her hand. Don't, she says, her voice soft but firm, reading my intent perfectly. Don't you dare run. Not now. She sees the raw, unraveling state I'm in. Come on, she says, taking my hand, her fingers lacing through mine. Not here. I expect her to lead me to the exit to send me home. Instead, she turns and leads me back down the silent corridor to the place that is theirs, the main rehearsal studio. She pushes open one of the heavy doors. "Here," she whispers. She leads me inside. The studio is a vast cavern of shadow, the only illumination coming from the single, stark ghost light standing center stage. It's no longer a place of judgment or performance. It's a sanctuary. She leads me in the middle of the room, and we sink down onto the cool, smooth floor, our backs against the mirror. "You don't have to talk about it," she says into the quiet dark, "if you don't want to." Her giving me the choice is, ironically, the one thing that makes it possible. I let out a long, shuddering breath. "No, I think I need to." I look at our joined hands on the floor between us. I haven't said her name out loud to anyone in 4 years. "Anya," Giselle says, her voice soft as velvet. "It's a beautiful name. What was she like?" She asks about her. Not the accident, not the fall. Her. And the question is a key that unlocks a room I thought I'd sealed forever. A small, painful smile touches my lips. "She was, a disaster," I say, the memory tasting of rust and honey. She had this laugh. It wasn't pretty. It was loud, and it took over her whole body. She'd snort when she was really happy. Drove me absolutely crazy. Giselle's answering smile is a faint glimmer in the dark. Sounds like she didn't do anything halfway. She didn't, I confirm, a wave of warmth spreading through my chest. Second place was just first loser, according to her. She was fire, all heat and light, ferociously competitive. A thought, sharp and clear, surfaces. "She would have hated you, you know." I feel her shift beside me. "Hated me? Why?" "Because you're the only other dancer I've ever seen who has the same heart on stage," I admit, the words feeling startlingly true as I say them. "She would have seen you as a threat, a real one." I turn to look at her silhouette, and she would have respected the hell out of you for it. "It sounds like you were a good match," Giselle says softly. "On stage and off." "We were," I say, the warmth in my chest turning cold. "A perfect match until I broke it." "Sebastian," she says, her voice firm, pulling me back from the edge of that familiar spiral. "You carried what you were given. You didn't break anything. A piece of rigging, a flash of light, a rival. 1,000 things can break a partnership. It doesn't mean the partnership itself was broken." Her constant, unwavering faith is a relentless assault on my defenses. She refuses to let me retreat into the simple, ugly story of my own guilt. She is forcing me to see a more complex, more painful, and ultimately more hopeful truth. "How do you do that?" I ask, my voice thick with an emotion I can't name. "Do what?" "See all the broken pieces of me," I say, my voice cracking. "And still look at me like I'm whole." "Because you are," she whispers. She reaches out, her fingers impossibly soft, and touches my face. Her thumb gently brushes away a tear on my cheek that I didn't even know had fallen. The touch is my undoing. It's not a dancer's touch, it's a human touch, her palm flat against the sweat-damp skin of my back, and it ignites a firestorm I've kept banked for 4 miserable years. The last of my control evaporates like mist. My body locks, a violent tremor seizing me, a raw animal need clawing its way up my throat. I capture her hand, my fingers crushing hers with a desperate, trembling intensity. "Giselle," I whisper, the name a ragged shard of sound. It's thick with unshed tears, yes, but also with a dark, consuming hunger that has her, and only her, at its absolute center. I surge toward her, my gaze dropping to her lips like a starving man. The air in the ghost-lit studio is electric, charged with everything we've never said. "Is this okay?" I ask, but my voice is a low growl, less a question and more a warning, a plea for her to either save me or let me drown. She gives a small, almost imperceptible nod, her dark eyes wide and luminous, reflecting a matching wildness. That's That's all it takes. I crash my mouth against hers. The first touch isn't gentle. It's a collision. A desperate, frantic claiming. I devour her lips, my tongue plunging into her mouth to taste the sorrow and the salt and the burgeoning hope I find there. This is not a kiss of survival. It's a kiss of possession. I am taking, and she is meeting me with equal force, her free hand tangling in my hair, pulling me closer. Her nails scrape my scalp, and a guttural groan is torn from my chest. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Vaughn audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Her head is resting on my shoulder, her hand splayed over my heart. The studio is quiet again, the silence deafening after our storm. Her body is a warm, solid weight against mine. I feel anchored. I feel safe. I hold her, my fingers tracing idle, soothing patterns on the damp skin of her arm. And I watch her as her breathing evens out, her face soft and peaceful in the ghostly light. And in the quiet, profound stillness of this room, our sanctuary with this incredible woman safe in my arms, a new, terrifying, and absolutely undeniable truth settles in my soul with the weight of a final, perfect note. I love her. The next morning, the world looks different. The gray, muted filter through which I viewed my life for 4 years has been burned away, replaced by sharp, vivid color. I walk into the studio and I feel lighter. Giselle is already at the bar. She looks up as I enter and our eyes meet across the room. A slow, secret smile touches her lips, a silent acknowledgement of the sanctuary we shared in this very room just hours before. The energy between us is a tangible thing, a live current that makes the air around us hum. Julian calls us to the middle floor for one final run-through before the dress rehearsal. "Let's see what you've got," he says, his tone cautiously optimistic. We take our places. I look at Giselle, at the unwavering faith in her eyes. I'm no longer a man defined by his ghosts. I'm a man defined by the trust of this woman. I place my hands on her waist for the first lift. My touch is transformed. There is no tremor, no hesitation, no cold, clinical distance. It is the sure, steady, confident touch of a partner who trusts himself because she trusts him. It is the touch of a man who knows the feel of her skin, the rhythm of her heart. The music begins, and we dance. It is transcendent. We are no longer two dancers executing a series of difficult steps. We are two people telling a single, cohesive story. It is our story. The choreography becomes our language. A supported turn becomes a story of leaning on another's strength. A lift becomes a testament to absolute faith. Every movement is imbued with the truth of our own journey, of finding trust in the wreckage, of finding strength in another person's faith. We move as one breath, one heart, one body. In the final, triumphant lift, she is weightless in my hands, a soaring embodiment of the very hope she has given back to me. We finish the dance holding the final pose, our chests heaving, our hands still clasped. The studio is dead silent. I look over and see Julien and Maestro Dubois standing side by side, their faces a mask of stunned, breathless awe. Julien's jaw is literally hanging open. In this moment of quiet, triumphant connection, my phone buzzes in my duffel bag at the side of the room. The sound is a jarring intrusion. I reluctantly let go of Giselle's hand and walk over, my body still humming with adrenaline. I pull out the phone. It's a text from Josh. My heart stops. I found him. The photographer. Marco Finch. And you're not going to believe who one of his biggest anonymous clients was back then. The words on the screen seem to vibrate with a life of their own. Marco Finch. The name is a key turning in a 4-year-old lock. The answer. The truth of that night, the key to my own history, is right here, a text message away. My thumb hovers over the screen, my mind racing. I'm about to type, "Who? Places, everyone!" Julian's voice, now booming and ecstatic, shatters the moment. He claps his hands together, his face glowing with a triumphant, creative energy I haven't seen since I arrived. "Full company, full costume and makeup. Places for the final dress rehearsal. 5 minutes." I look from the phone in my hand, the key to my past, to Giselle, who is watching me from the center, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. The answer to the mystery that destroyed my life is right here, at my fingertips. But the future I am just now beginning to believe I might deserve is calling me to the stage.
Chapter 21. Giselle. The air backstage is a chaotic symphony. It's the scent of hairspray and sweat, the murmur of last-minute corrections, the rustle of tulle, and the frantic, buzzing energy of 100 tiny anxieties. But for the first time in my career, I am an island of complete and utter calm in the middle of it. I am not just a dancer anymore. I am a woman who spent the night in the arms of a man who has stared into the abyss and chosen to climb out. His trust, the memory of his touch, is a new kind of armor. I'm stretching in the wings when I see him across the stage. He catches my eye, and the small secret smile he gives me is a language all our own. He gives me a single confident nod. I'm here. I nod back. I know. The overture begins. It's time. When we step onto the stage for our pas de deux, the world outside of this circle of light ceases to exist. We are no longer in a dress rehearsal. We are in our own story. When he lifts me, his hands are sure and steady, and I am weightless. Not because of his strength, but because of his trust. We are not two dancers performing a love story. We are a love story, performing. We finish to a stunned, breathless silence from the small audience of cast and crew watching in the wings. He gives my hand one last, firm squeeze before exiting stage left. I exit stage right, my heart soaring, ready for my solo variation. As I wait in the dim light of the wings for my cue, a figure moves beside me. Oh my goodness, so sorry. I'm all thumbs today. Clara's voice is a saccharine whisper in my ear as she accidentally bumps my shoulder. Her smile is a bright, brittle thing, her eyes glittering with an intensity that is cold and sharp as ice. "Break a leg, Giselle," she says, her voice sweet as poison. "You deserve everything that's coming to you." A chill snakes down my spine, but my music begins. I push her from my mind. She cannot touch me, not anymore. I step into the light and I dance, my body pure joy, pure music. I begin the sequence of piqué turns, a rapid cross-stage diagonal. The first turn is perfect. The second, I feel a strange give in my right shoe. On the third, the ribbon gives way completely. The support for my ankle vanishes. My full weight, coming down on the tiny box of my point shoe, has nowhere to go. My ankle rolls with a sickening violent crack of bone and ligament. Pain, white hot and blinding, shoots up my leg. My balance is obliterated, my momentum carrying me uncontrollably toward the dark, gaping abyss of the orchestra pit. The world slows. The blackness rushes up to swallow me whole. A collective scream rips through the theater. Suddenly, impact. A solid human force slams into me from the side. It's not a graceful catch. It is a desperate, full-body tackle. An arm of steel wraps around my waist, yanking me back from the precipice, just as my leading foot slips into empty air. We crash to the floor in a heap, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. I am safe. The music screeches to a halt. The stage is flooded with people, their voices a panicked, overlapping wave. I'm on the floor, tangled up with Sebastian. Giselle. His voice is a raw, frantic thing in my ear, his entire body trembling as he holds me. "Are you okay?" Talk to me. Are you hurt? I'm okay. I gasp, trying to get my breath back. I think. My ankle. Don't move her. Julian is there, his face pale with panic. Someone call the medic. Giselle, can you feel your toes? Oh my God. Keisha pushes through the crowd, her own voice shaking. She points a trembling finger at my foot. Your shoe, the ribbon, it's completely undone. Sebastian ignores everyone. His focus is a laser, fixed only on me. His hands, shaking violently, move to my ankle with a feather-light touch. Let me see. Don't put any weight on it. It's okay, I wince, as a fresh wave of pain shoots up my leg. It feels like a sprain, Sebastian. I'm okay. You got to me. A sprain? He asks, his voice cracking. He looks from my ankle to my face, his eyes wild with a horror that is bone deep. Giselle, you were going into the pit. A sprain is the best case scenario. It could have been. He can't finish the sentence. His gaze is fixed on the dark, empty space where I almost fell, and I see it. He's not here. He's 4 years in the past, watching Anya fall all over again. I grab his arm, trying to pull him back from the edge of his own memory. But it wasn't, I say, my voice firm, trying to will him to hear me. It wasn't because of you. You saved me, Sebastian. My words don't comfort him. They horrify him. He looks from my face to the orchestra pit and back again, in the reality of how close it was, of the fact that he was the only thing standing between me and that fall. Seems to break him. He's not seeing a hero. He's seeing the last failing line of defense. He shakes his head, pulling his hands back from me as if he's been burned. No, he whispers, his voice broken. No, I almost didn't. I almost watched it happen again. Sebastian, that's not true, I plead. You were there. This is my fault, he says, staggering to his feet, backing away from me, from the circle of concerned faces. His eyes are wide, unseeing. I brought this curse into your life. The threats, the sabotage. It's all because of me. It followed me here. No, I cry out, trying to push myself up, my ankle screaming in protest. It's not you, it's Clara. He looks at me then, and his expression is one of absolute soul-deep terror, as if he's looking at a ghost. It doesn't matter. I'm the common denominator. He takes another step back, his voice shattering completely. I'm done. I can't. He shakes his head again, a violent final negation. I will not be the reason you get hurt. Sebastian, don't do this, I beg, my voice cracking. I reach a hand out to him. Don't let her win. He looks at my outstretched hand, then back at my face, and his expression is the most tragic thing I have ever seen. This isn't about her winning, he says, his voice hollow. This is about you living. And with that, he turns and walks off the stage, disappearing into the darkness of the wings, leaving me kneeling in a circle of my peers, his final devastating words echoing in the stunned silence. Chapter 22. Giselle. His final words hang in the air, a devastating echo in the sudden ringing silence. This is about you living. He disappears into the darkness of the wings, and a part of my own soul seems to go with him. The chaos erupts. The stage is flooded with people, their voices a panicked, overlapping wave of sound that washes over me. I'm still standing center stage, a lone, stunned statue in a sea of motion. Get the medic? Julian is shouting, his voice shrill with panic. Someone call the medic now. Maestro Dubois is right behind him, his face a grim hen mask. He's not looking at me. He's looking at the empty space where Sebastian used to be. He looks at the orchestra pit. He looks at me. And he makes a decision. It's over, he says to Julian. his voice flat and final. "The show is canceled. Inform the board." "Gee, oh my God, are you okay?" Keisha is suddenly at my side, her arm wrapping around my waist to support me. The warmth of her is the only thing that feels real. A medic in a black polo shirt is pushing through the crowd. "Ma'am, I need you to sit down. Let's have a look at that ankle. Don't put any weight on it." Their words are a swarm of bees, buzzing around my head, but I can't feel their sting. My mind is replaying the last 30 seconds on a loop. The sickening roll of my ankle, the terrifying lurch into empty air, the solid, desperate impact of Sebastian's body slamming into mine, and the look in his eyes. The absolute soul-deep terror as he chose to shatter his own second chance to preserve mine. The show is not over. The thought is a single, clear note that cuts through the cacophony. It's not a thought. It's an instinct, a refusal. "The show is not over," I say aloud. My voice is quiet, but it carries a new, steely authority that makes the people around me fall silent. Maestro Dubois turns to look at me, his eyes wide with surprise. "Giselle, be reasonable," he starts. "Your ankle is injured, and your partner has just walked out of the final dress rehearsal." My ankle is sprained. I counter, my gaze unwavering, holding his. And my partner is having a crisis of faith. Neither of those things is a death sentence. I look at the medic. "I can walk. I need to get to the dressing room." Keisha helps me limp through the crowd of stunned, whispering dancers. Their pity is a physical thing, a heavy blanket I refuse to let settle on my shoulders. Every painful step on my swelling ankle is a reminder of what's at stake. In the relative quiet of the dressing room, Keisha helps me onto the bench and gently removes my ruined point shoe. My ankle is already turning a mottled shade of purple and blue. "I'll get you some ice," she says, her own voice shaky. "Where is he, Keisha?" I ask, my voice low. "Did you see where he went?" She returns with a bag of ice, her expression grim. "Gee, he's gone. I saw him." He grabbed his bag from the locker room and was out the stage door before anyone could stop him. She meets my eyes, hers full of a sad finality. "I don't think he's coming back." "He has to," I whisper, more to myself than to her. She leaves me to get changed, and in the sudden silence, I'm alone with my thoughts. I press the ice to my throbbing ankle, the cold a distant, unimportant pain. The real ache is in my chest, a hollow space where Sebastian's quiet strength used to be. My mind races, connecting the dots of the last few weeks, assembling the puzzle of Sebastian Cole. His fierce secret protectiveness, his confession in the diner, the story of a father consumed by fear. "I'm fighting for you." His final devastating admission in the hallway. "Anya, we were engaged," and his last words on the stage. "This is about you living." It all clicks into place with a sudden, painful clarity. This wasn't him abandoning me. This wasn't cowardice. This was a sacrifice, a misguided, tragic, self-destructive act of love. In his broken, traumatized mind, he believes he is a curse, a plague that brings destruction to the women he partners. And he would rather shatter his own career, his own soul, into a million pieces than risk that curse touching me. He thinks walking away is the only way to save me. My own fear for my career, for my ankle, for the show evaporates. It is replaced by a fierce protective love for this broken, brave man who has been carrying an impossible weight for 4 years. All alone. Now you don't have to carry it alone. The words I said to him in the hallway echo in my ears. They weren't just words. They were a vow. I look at my reflection in the mirror. My makeup is smudged. My hair is coming undone. My eyes are full of a fire I've never seen before. My gaze drops to my left ankle, the one that isn't injured. I see the faint, silvery line of the scar from my childhood fall. The scar I showed him. Falling is part of it. I hear my own voice. my own advice in my head. It's the getting up that matters. He caught me when I fell. He broke his own heart to keep me safe. He thinks he's fallen too far to ever get up again. And I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, that I will not let him be right. I will not let Clara win. I will not let his ghosts win. I will not let him surrender to his own pain. He fought for me. Now I have to fight for him. Keisha comes back into the room as I'm pulling on my jeans, my movements sharp with a new urgent purpose. I wince as I slide my foot into a sneaker on my good foot, leaving the injured one in its compression wrap. "Giselle, what are you doing?" she asks, her eyes wide with alarm. "You need to be elevating that ankle. You can barely walk." I push myself up, my weight on my good leg, my jaw set. I meet her worried gaze in the mirror, and the woman looking back is someone I barely recognize. She is not the gentle, soft-spoken dancer she was a month ago. She is a fighter. "I'm going to get my partner back," I say, my voice ringing with an iron will that surprises even me. I grab my bag, push through the door, and limp determinedly down the hallway, every painful step a promise. I am getting up, and I am not leaving him behind.
Chapter 23. Sebastian. My apartment is a gray box of shame. Every object is a testament to a life unlived. The single coffee mug in the dish rack, the threadbare couch I found on the curb, the empty walls that hold no memories. It is the perfect place for a ghost to reside. I move with a frantic, desperate energy, yanking clothes from the drawer, shoving them into the same duffel bag I arrived with. This is it. The end of the line. I gave it a shot. I flew too close to the sun, too close to her light. And now I'm falling again. But this time I will fall alone. The image of Giselle's near fall is seared onto the back of my eyelids. The sickening roll of her ankle, the way her body pitched forward into that black, empty space. I see her face, but I also see Anya's. The memory is a horrifying chimera, the two worst moments of my life fused into one. I won't be the reason you get hurt. It's the only truth I have left. My love for her, and God, it is love, a terrifying, all-consuming love, is a weapon aimed directly at her. My presence in her life is a curse. The anonymous emails, the sabotage, my own broken psyche. It's a toxic cocktail, and she's drinking it all in just by standing next to me. The only way to save her is to disappear. To become the ghost everyone already thinks I am. A knock on the door makes me freeze. A t-shirt clutched in my fist. No, it can't be. The knock comes again, sharper this time, more insistent. My ribs felt the frantic beat of my heart. I know who it is. Every cell in my body knows. My first instinct is to stay silent, to wait until she gives up and goes away. But I know she won't. Giselle DeLune does not give up. I stalk to the door and wrench it open, my face a grim mask, my armor fully raised. I have the cruelest words ready on my tongue, the ones that will finally push her away for good. And then I see her. She's standing in the dim, flickering light of the apartment hallway, leaning slightly against the doorframe for support, her injured ankle wrapped tightly. She's not wearing the armor of a principal dancer. She's just Giselle in jeans and a soft sweater, her hair pulled back, her face pale and etched with a defiant exhaustion. She looks fragile and unbreakable all at once. The sight of her, injured but still here, still fighting for me, guts me completely. The cruel words die in my throat. "You shouldn't be here, Giselle," I managed to say, my voice a rough rasp. "And you shouldn't be packing," she counters, her gaze flicking past me to the half-filled duffel bag on my floor. She pushes off the doorframe and limps inside, forcing me to step back. She doesn't wait for an invitation. "Go home," I say, the words feeling hollow. "It's over. I told Dubois I'm done. I can't do it. I'm a liability. Find another partner. No, she says simply. She limps over to my sad, empty couch and sits down. I have a partner. Giselle, listen to me, I plead, my voice cracking. I will destroy you. I don't know if it will be my own fear or the crazy brat who's targeting us, but it will happen. I almost let it happen today. You didn't let it happen, she says, her voice calm and steady. You saved me. That was luck, I explode, the terror pouring out of me. A split second of luck. What about next time? She doesn't answer right away. Instead, she bends down and carefully pulls up the leg of her jeans, revealing the compression wrap on her ankle, and just above it, the faint silvery line of her old scar. This, she says, tracing the scar with her finger, is a part of me. It's a reminder of my own weakness, of my own fallibility. It's a map of where I broke. She looks up, her eyes locking onto mine, and they are full of a powerful, unwavering fire. Your fear, your ghosts, they are a part of you. They're your scars. She stands, wincing slightly, and limps toward me. But we are not just our scars, Sebastian. She stops directly in front of me, so close I can feel the warmth radiating from her. She raises her hand and places it flat against my chest, right over my frantically beating heart. I trust you. She utters a quiet, profound vow. That's all that matters. Her absolute, unconditional faith is the one thing I have no defense against. It is a force of nature that slams into the ruins of my fortress, and the walls come crashing down. A sound, a raw, ragged sob is torn from my throat. The strength I've used to hold myself together for 4 years dissolves, and I am left trembling, utterly broken in front of her. You don't understand. I choke out, the words a torrent of long-buried pain. It wasn't just a fall, it wasn't just a career. It was everything. We were choosing a wedding date. I was holding her hand one minute, planning our future, and the next, I was watching it all shatter on the floor. I broke her, Giselle. I broke our life. I broke everything I have ever loved. I am crumbling, my legs giving out from under me. I sink to my knees. I shielded my face, unable to watch, the full, crushing weight of my grief and guilt finally pouring out of me in a storm of ragged, tearing sobs. I am not a dancer, not a partner, not a man. I am a wound. I feel her sink to the floor in front of me. She doesn't speak. She just wraps her arms around me, holding me, her body a solid, grounding presence in the chaos of my collapse. She holds me while I shake, while I sob, while I let go of 4 years of unspeakable pain. Her comfort is a quiet, steady anchor. After a long time, the storm inside me begins to subside, leaving a raw, aching emptiness in its wake. I pull back, my breath still hitching, my face wet with tears. She reaches up and gently, tenderly, wipes the tears from my cheeks with her thumbs. Her touch is a quiet fire, a spark of life in the gray landscape of my apartment, of my soul. My own grief, my own pain, begins to morph into something else, a desperate, overwhelming need for her, for the life, the hope, the sanctuary she represents. I lean into her touch, my lips finding hers. The kiss is not a kiss of passion, but of desperation. It's messy, tear-stained, and full of a raw, pleading need that has been starving for years. It's not a performance. It's a prayer whispered into her mouth. Save me, she answers, her lips soft and yielding against mine. She's not saving me. She is meeting me, right here in the wreckage, her own silent prayer answering mine. You are not alone. I pull her closer, my hands tangling in her hair, my mouth slanting over hers. The desperation deepens, the sorrow burning away to become a raw, healing passion. We are shedding our armor, our scars, our ghosts. This is not the defiant, symbolic act in the studio. This is a quiet, profound surrender. This is me letting someone else hold my broken pieces, and her showing me with the gentle pressure of her lips that they can be put back together. With a groan that feels torn from the deepest part of my soul, I break the kiss and lift her into my arms. She weighs almost nothing, yet she is the most solid, real thing I have held in my life. I carry her the few steps to my bedroom, a room as sterile and empty as the rest of this apartment. We fall onto the bed, a tangle of limbs and whispered words and frantic, searching touches. Here, in this gray box that has been my prison, her vibrant, warm presence is the only color. Our connection is the only heat. This is not about performance. This is about sanctuary. I undress her slowly, my movements deliberate and reverent, the whisper of her shirt coming over her head, the soft rasp of her jeans zipper. Her body is a testament to life, to survival, to grace. My hands, the ones I've seen as weapons, rediscover their purpose not as instruments of precision, but as tools of worship. "Giselle," I whisper, my voice thick as I trace the elegant line of her collarbone. "You are so impossibly beautiful." She shivers, her dark eyes holding mine. "Let me see you, Sebastian." If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on our website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. This time she falls asleep for real, her body a solid, trusting weight against mine. I stare at the gray ceiling, feeling the solid, real weight of her. And a final, simple vow forms in my mind, a quiet promise to her and to myself. I'm not running anymore.
Chapter 24. Giselle. The storm inside Sebastian has finally passed. In the quiet, profound stillness of his Spartan bedroom, I am wrapped in his arms, our bodies a tangled, peaceful aftermath. For the first time, the silence in his apartment is not empty. It's full of us. He is no longer running, but the world outside this room and the monster in it is still waiting. I trace the hard line of his jaw in the dim light filtering in from the street. She won't stop. I whisper. The words a harsh intrusion on our fragile peace. Tomorrow, on stage, she'll try something else. Something worse. I feel him nod against my hair, his arm tightening around me. I know. He's quiet for a long moment, his mind clearly working. I can almost feel the gears turning, the strategist taking over from the survivor. "People like Clara," he says finally, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "They get arrogant. They're performers, even in their crimes. They like to admire their work." "What do you mean?" I ask, pulling back slightly to look at him. A new, cold clarity hardens his eyes. "I mean, the dress rehearsal wasn't just an attack. It was a performance. And I'm willing to bet she recorded it." He sits up, the sheet pooling around his waist, his movements now sharp with a sudden urgent purpose. "Get dressed," he says, his voice leaving no room for argument. "We're going back to the theater. Right now." The city is a ghost of itself. The streets empty and silent as we make our way back to the theater in the dead of night. My sprained ankle is a dull, throbbing protest with every step, but I lean on Sebastian, his body a solid, unwavering wall beside me. The pace is slow but relentless, fueled by a new, shared purpose. We are not victims anymore. We are hunters. Getting back into the building is surprisingly easy. Sebastian still has a master keycard from his initial contract. The heavy stage door clicks shut behind us, plunging us into a vast, consuming darkness, and a silence so profound it feels like a pressure against my eardrums. The air is cool and smells of old dust, rosin, and the faint, lingering scent of thousands of past performances. The building feels like a sleeping giant, full of its own secrets and ghosts. Sebastian clicks on his phone's flashlight, the single narrow beam cutting a path through the oppressive blackness. "She bumped into you in the wings." "Stage right," he says, his voice a low whisper that seems to be swallowed by the cavernous space. Let's start there. We move through the backstage labyrinth, our footsteps echoing unnervingly. It's a completely different world from the frantic, chaotic place of a few hours ago. Now, it's a landscape of monstrous, shrouded shapes, set pieces covered in canvas, silent racks of costumes, and the heavy, dark folds of the stage curtains. Here, I whisper, stopping in the exact spot where she intercepted me. I had left my shoes on that prop table while I was stretching. He doesn't answer. He just begins to search. We work as a silent, efficient team. Our movements a new kind of choreography. He takes the high spots, his long arms reaching up to feel along ledges and behind equipment, the beam of his light cutting across the darkness. I take the low, my hands sweeping through dark corners, my injured ankle forcing a slow, careful pace. This is a new kind of intimacy. The quiet, focused trust of two soldiers clearing a room, our survival depending on the other's vigilance. After 10 minutes of finding nothing but dust and old gaffer tape, a wave of despair washes over me. Maybe you were wrong, Sebastian. Maybe there's nothing here. No, he says, his voice a low, confident growl from the shadows. She's arrogant. It's here. We just have to think like her. He stands still, his light pointing at the floor, his mind working. She wouldn't put it somewhere obvious. She'd want a good angle, but somewhere no one would ever look. His light begins to travel up, away from the floor, landing on a stack of old, unused speaker cabinets tucked deep in the corner. There. He moves toward them and I follow. He runs his hands along the dusty grills, the dark surfaces. He stops, his body going completely still. Giselle, he says, his voice a triumphant hiss. He angles his phone's light just so. He points to a small, almost invisible gap between two of the speaker cabinets. And there, nestled in the darkness, is a tiny black dot, no bigger than a button, a lens, a miniature spy camera held in place with a piece of black tape. Got you. I hear Sebastian mutter under his breath. He pulls out a small multi-tool from his pocket. Of course he has one, and carefully works the camera free. We huddle together in the darkness, the only light coming from his phone as he works to access the footage. My heart is pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. Here we go, he whispers. He finds the file from the dress rehearsal and presses play. The footage is grainy, the angle low, but it is undeniable. We see me, my back to the camera, stretching. We see Clara, her face a mask of false sweetness. Approach, we see the accidental bump, and in that split second, her hand darts out quick as a snake to my shoe on the prop table. We see the glint of something small and metallic in her hand, a tiny blade, as she expertly snicks the ribbon, a single clean cut designed to fray and snap under pressure. It's over in less than a second. We got her, I whisper, the relief so profound it almost makes me dizzy. We finally got her. Sebastian's expression is grim in the glow of the phone. We take this to Dubois, he says, his voice hard as steel. We slide this under his door. She's finished. No, I say, my hand closing over his. The word stops him cold. He turns to me, his expression baffled. What? Giselle, she tried to cripple you? This is everything we need. I know, I say, my voice steady, the plan forming with a cold, clear clarity in my mind. And we will use it, but not yet. Why the hell not? Because if we show this to Dubois now, tonight, the scandal will consume everything, I explain, my gaze locked with his. Opening night will be canceled, or it will become a circus. The performance, our work, everything we just fought for, will be lost. The story will be about her, and she does not deserve to be the star of this story. I see the understanding dawn in his eyes. We win on that stage tomorrow night, I say, my voice a quiet vow. We dance it perfectly. We get our standing ovation. We take our bows. We win. I squeeze his hand. Then after we've won, we give him the truth. We finish her on our terms, not hers. He stares at me for a long moment. Then a slow, admiring smile spreads across his face. You are terrifying, Giselle DeLune. He saves the file and carefully removes the camera's tiny memory card, pocketing it. We walk out of the silent theater and into the first pale light of dawn. We stop on the sidewalk, looking up at the grand facade of the building, at the posters with our faces plastered on them. We have the weapon, we have the plan, and we have each other. Today is opening night. The pressure is immense.
Chapter 25. Sebastian. You're not cracking your knuckles. Giselle's voice is a low murmur beside me in the electric darkness of the wings. I look down at my hands, still and steady at last in recent memory. I meet her gaze, a universe of understanding passing between us in a single silent second. Don't have to, I say, my voice equally quiet. You're my anchor. A slow, brilliant smile spreads across her face. She gives my hand a quick, firm squeeze. Good, because you're my wings. Julian's sharp places cuts through the moment. We step into the light. The pas de deux is no longer a performance. It's a conversation. Giselle asks a question with the breathtaking extension of her arm. I answer by providing the perfect, unwavering counterbalance that allows her to soar. We move across the stage, and the story of the last few weeks is written in the language of our bodies. As I prepare for the final, triumphant lift, she whispers a single, breathless question. Got me. Always. I breathe back and press her into the air. She is weightless, a perfect, vibrant embodiment of the very hope she resurrected in me. For a moment, from my vantage point, I see Clara in the wings, her face a mask of pure, impotent fury. We are untouchable. We finish to a wave of spontaneous, heartfelt applause from the crew and company members watching. Julian is on his feet, his face ecstatic. My God! He shouts as we take our panting bows. What was that? That wasn't a rehearsal. That was a resurrection. The chemistry, it's everything. But I only see Giselle. I only feel the warmth of her hand in mine. I love her. The thought is no longer a terrifying secret. It is the central, organizing principle of my entire existence. I'm in the men's dressing room, still high on an intoxicating cocktail of adrenaline and joy, when my phone rings. An unknown number. UK country code. A hollow drop in the gut. I answer, my hand suddenly unsteady. Hello? A beat of silence, then a hesitant voice, thinner than I remember. Sebastian? The world tilts on its axis. Time stops. Anya, I breathe, the name a ghost on my tongue. Seb, are you there? It's Anya. Anya, how? David told me, she says, referencing a mutual friend from the London company. He said you were dancing again. He said you were magnificent. A nervous laugh. I had to call. The old familiar guilt crashes over me, a tidal wave of shame. Anya, about what happened. I'm so sorry for everything, for what I did to you. Stop, she says, and her voice is not angry or sad. It's firm. Please, just stop right there. That's why I'm calling. You didn't do anything to me, Sebastian. I dropped you, I state. The words the stark, simple thesis of my 4-year-long nightmare. No, she says, her voice insistent. You were distracted, I was too. There was a flash from the wings. Do you remember? I squeezed my eyes shut. I thought I imagined it. You didn't, she says, her voice clear and absolute. It wasn't your fault. It was just a horrible, trashy thing that happened. Do you hear me, Seb? It wasn't your fault. I can't speak. A raw, choking sound caught in my throat. I forgave you the moment I woke up in the hospital, she continues, her voice softening. The only person who hasn't forgiven you is you. A single hot tear escapes my eye, tracing a path down my face. How are you? I finally manage to ask. I'm good, Seb. I'm really good, she says. And for the very first time, I believe it. I'm married. I teach at a small conservatory in Scotland. My life is quiet. It's happy. A pause, and then a question that pierces right through me. Is yours? I think of Giselle, of the secret smile in the wings, of the feeling of her hand in mine. I can't answer. Be happy, Sebastian, Anya says softly, as if she understands my silence. Please. For both of us. Let it go. She hangs up. I sit on the bench, the phone clutched in my hand, and let out a shuddering breath as the crushing weight I have carried for years simply dissolves. It's over. I'm free. I leave the theater later, walking out the stage door into the cool night air, feeling invincible. The flawless rehearsal, the absolution from Anya. The future with Giselle feels real, possible within my grasp. And then I look up at the marquee, at our names in bright lights, and the reality of tomorrow crashes down on me with a sudden, sickening force. Opening night. The thought is a trigger. My mind, which was just soaring, now plummets. One night. Just one perfect night. That's all it has to be. What if you're not perfect? Anya forgave you. It wasn't your fault, but what if it happens again? With Giselle? It won't. How do you know? A flash, a sound, a slippery spot on the floor, her ribbon coming undone. Anything can happen. I love her. The thought, which was a comfort just an hour ago, is now a scream of pure terror. And you will be the one who breaks her. The air around me thickens, turning to water. I can't draw a full breath. My chest constricts, a brutal, invisible band squeezing my lungs. My vision narrows, the bright city lights blurring into a sharp, painful tunnel. Breathe, just breathe. I can't. The air is gone. The solid pavement seems to tilt and sway beneath my feet. Wall. Find the wall. I stumble back, my hand slapping against the cold brick of the theater, the rough texture a frail anchor in a swirling vortex of panic. I slide down, my back scraping against the wall, until I'm crouched on the grimy sidewalk, my head between my knees, fighting for an air that won't come, completely and utterly consumed by the one fear I haven't conquered yet, the fear of letting her down.
Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 26. Giselle. The high from the dress rehearsal is a fragile, glittering thing. We were perfect, More than perfect, we were one entity, a single story told by two bodies. It's a feeling I'll chase for the rest of my career. I'm practically floating as I head to the dressing room, expecting to find Sebastian there so we can share in this triumph, this final exhilarating step before the summit. But his space is empty. His bag is gone. A prickle of unease cuts through my joy. "Keisha, have you seen Sebastian?" I ask, my voice a little tight. She's taking off her makeup, her expression worried. "He left, G. Looked like he'd seen a ghost. He just bolted out the stage door." The fragile, glittering thing inside me shatters. No, not now. Not after everything. I don't even bother to change. I throw my warm-ups on over my leotard and tights and run, my good ankle taking the strain, my injured one a dull, throbbing protest. I push open the heavy stage door and step into the cool, dark alley. And I see him. The triumphant prince from the stage is gone. In his place is a man crumpled against the rough brick wall, his head between his knees, his broad shoulders shaking with the force of his own ragged breaths. The sight of him so broken, so utterly consumed by the panic he has fought so hard to conquer, is a physical blow. He hears my footsteps on the pavement, and his head snaps up. His face is pale and slick with a cold sweat, his eyes wide with a shame so profound it steals my breath. "Go, Giselle," he chokes out, trying to wave me away. Don't see this." My heart breaks for him, for the weight he carries, for the ghosts that refuse to let him go. I know in this moment that words are useless. Pleading is useless. Logic is a foreign language. The only language he will understand right now is the one we have built together, in the silent, sacred space of the studio. The language of movement, the language of trust. I walk toward him slowly, my steps even and deliberate. I don't speak. When I reach him, I crouch down. He flinches, turning his face away, unable to meet my eyes. I reach out and take his hands. They are ice cold and trembling. I close my fingers around his, my grip firm and warm. "Get up, Sebastian," I said in a low, steady command. He shakes his head. "I can't." "Yes," I say, my voice unwavering. "You can." I pull gently, and with a shuddering, reluctant effort, he rises to his feet, letting me guide him until he is standing in the center of the grimy alley. I don't let go of his hands. I turn to face him, and I place his cold, trembling hands on my waist, right where they belong. Right where they were just an hour ago when we were flying. He tries to pull away. "Giselle, don't." "Look at me, Sebastian," I command, my voice a blade that cuts through the fog of his panic. He lifts his head, his haunted blue eyes finally meeting mine. And right there, on the uneven, cracked pavement of a New York City alley, under the buzzing glow of a single security light, I begin to dance. I don't do the choreography. I do the intention. I bend my knees, preparing for the spring. I arch my back, offering him my weight. I tilt my head, giving him my complete, unconditional trust. It is a silent physical vow. Feel that? I whisper, my voice a low, intense hum. I press his hands more firmly against my waist. That's me. That's solid. That's real. I rise onto the toes of my good foot, my body a perfect, unwavering line of intent. I'm with you. I'm not going anywhere. His ragged breathing begins to slow, his frantic energy starting to calm. His hands, which were trembling a moment ago, are now just shaking. He is here, with me, in this moment. The ghosts are receding. I trust you with my career, I say, my voice soft but unwavering. I trust you with my body. That should be enough. I see the conflict in his eyes, the war he is still waging against himself. And I know I have to give him the final, most powerful weapon in my arsenal. But it's more than that. I take a deep breath, the confession a terrifying, exhilarating leap into the unknown. I think I'm falling in love with you, Sebastian Cole. The terror, the shame, the adrenaline, the desperate clawing love I've just confessed. It all converges into a single, explosive point of pure, raw passion. He doesn't speak. He acts. He pulls me into him, his mouth crashing down on mine. The kiss is not gentle. It is not tender. It is a fierce, possessive, desperate claiming. It is all of his fear, all of his doubt, all of his rage at his own brokenness, channeled into a brutal, punishing passion. It's a kiss that says, if I'm going to fall, I am taking you with me. And I meet him there, in that desperate, dark place, kissing him back with a ferocity that matches his own. He breaks the kiss, his forehead resting against mine, his breath coming in ragged, harsh gasps. His eyes are blazing, a storm of emotion. Your place? He growls, the words a raw, guttural command against my lips. Yes, I breathe, my own voice shaky. We don't speak on the cab ride to my apartment. We don't touch. We just stare at each other, the space between us a vibrating high-tension wire. The moment my apartment door closes, the sound of the lock clicking into place is like a gunshot signaling the start of a war. The storm breaks. Sebastian presses me against the door, his body a hot, demanding wall against mine, and his mouth finds mine with a bruising, desperate intensity. He tastes of the rain-slicked city, and a desperation so profound it feels like a prayer. This is not healing. This is an exorcism. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. His voice, when he finally speaks, is a low, rough whisper that vibrates through my entire body. It is a promise. It is a command to himself. It's what matters now. I will not let you fall. Chapter 27. Giselle. Opening night is a controlled hurricane. I sit at my dressing room vanity, a small, brightly lit island in a sea of backstage chaos. Outside my door, I can hear the frantic energy of the theater gearing up for the performance, the distant, muffled roar of the audience finding their seats, the squeak of a prop wheel, the sharp staccato call of a stage manager. But in here, there is a sacred, necessary silence. This is my ritual. The methodical, calming process of transformation. I draw the sharp, dramatic lines of my stage makeup, my hands steady. I paint on the perfect, ruby-red lips of a fairy tale queen. With each brushstroke, Giselle DeLune, the woman who limped out of this theater 2 days ago, recedes. And the sugar plum fairy, the creature of magic and strength and grace, emerges. I step into my costume, the boned bodice tight and secure, the layers of stiff, sparkling tulle, a frothy, weightless cloud around my hips. This costume, this role, was once the peak of my ambition. Now it feels like a second skin. It feels like home. A sharp knock on the door is followed by Keisha's head popping in, her own face a perfect, glowing mask of stage makeup. "You ready for this, superstar?" she asks, her eyes shining with a nervous, excited energy. I meet her gaze in the mirror, a slow, confident smile spreading across my newly painted lips. I was born for this. "Damn right you were," she says with a grin. "Knock 'em dead, G, literally." She winks and disappears back into the storm. My journey from the dressing room to the wings is a ballet in itself. I navigate a frantic, choreographed chaos of stagehands, moving massive set pieces. Dancers in elaborate costumes performing last-minute stretches in every available corner, and the palpable electric hum of 1,000 collective hopes and fears. The air tastes of hairspray, rosin, and adrenaline. And then I see him. He's waiting for me in our designated spot in the wings, a dark, powerful silhouette against the blinding glare of the stage lights. The frantic energy of the backstage world seems to fade into a dull roar around us, creating a small, quiet pocket of stillness for just the two of us. He is dressed in the crisp, white and gold uniform of his Prince costume, and he has never looked more breathtaking. The haunted, broken man I found in a dark alley is gone, replaced by a titan of quiet, focused strength. He's not looking at the stage or at the crew, he's looking at me. "How's the ankle?" he asks. His voice a low, steady rumble that calms the last of my own fluttering nerves. His concern is a constant, quiet hum beneath the surface of everything. "Strong enough," I say, rolling it slightly. The sprain is a dull, manageable ache, thanks to a mountain of ice and sheer, stubborn will. "How's your head?" A ghost of a smile touches his lips, the one that's just for me. "Clear," he says, his blue eyes holding mine with an intensity that feels more intimate than any touch. "You're the only thing I see." He holds out his hand. I place mine in his, my gloved fingers lacing through his. His grip is warm, firm, and steady. We are not two separate dancers anymore. We are a single, united front, ready for battle. "Places for the top of the show." The stage manager's voice cuts through the air. "House lights are going down." A new, reverent hush falls over the backstage area. The moment is here, the culmination of all the pain, the fear, the sabotage, the trust, the love. It all comes down to this. The first swelling notes of the overture rise from the orchestra pit, the familiar magical music washing over us. The muffled roar of the audience beyond the threshold of the grand velvet curtain fades into a collective held breath. And over Sebastian's shoulder, I see a flash of pale pink satin. It's Clara. She's supposed to be with the other dancers in the party scene ensemble, waiting on the opposite side of the stage. But she's not. She's slipping away from the group, her movements furtive and sharp. Her face, in the dim, shadowy light of the wings, is a mask of pure, venomous hatred. She doesn't look like a jealous rival anymore. She looks unhinged. I watch, my heart giving a hard, sudden thud against my ribs as she bypasses the path to the dressing rooms. Instead, she glides toward a small, rarely used metal door tucked away behind a stack of speakers. A door I know leads to the narrow, steep staircase for the catwalks and scaffolding high above the stage. A cold, horrifying realization came out like knives, each one finding its mark. The thumbtack, the slick spot on the floor, the loosened ribbon, those were all attacks on me as a dancer. They were designed to make me stumble, to injure me, to make me fail within the context of the performance. This is different. Going up into the rigging, into the complex, dangerous machinery that controls the massive heavy-set pieces and lights that hang suspended over our heads. That's not about the performance anymore. That's not about making me lose the role. That's about causing real, catastrophic, life-threatening harm. My mind flashes to the sabotage sleigh, to the sawed-through beam. She is escalating. She has been beaten at her own game, on the stage, in the company, and now she has abandoned the game entirely. She isn't trying to win. She's trying to burn the whole theater to the ground, with me in it. The overture is reaching its crescendo. I feel a surge of pure, ice-cold adrenaline. I squeeze Sebastian's hand, my knuckles turning white. He feels the sudden, frantic tension in my grip and looks down at me, his brow furrowed with concern. "What is it?" he whispers, his eyes searching my face. "Giselle, what's wrong?" But there is no time. There is no time to explain, no time to warn him. The grand velvet curtain, a massive silent beast, begins to rise. The bright, hot, expectant glare of the stage lights floods the wings, momentarily blinding me. The roar of the audience, a distant sea of sound just moments ago, becomes a real and present entity, a wave of energy that washes over us. It's time. We have to step into the light, knowing a new and far more deadly danger is lurking in the shadows, right above our heads.
Chapter 28. Sebastian. The curtain rises and a roar from 3,000 strangers washes over the stage in a wave of heat and sound. The lights are a galaxy of white-hot suns, blinding me to everything but the woman whose hand is clasped in mine. I feel the frantic bird-wing flutter of her pulse against my palm. I see the terror in her eyes, a reflection of the knowledge we now share. My own heart is a runaway train. "Giselle," I whisper, a single desperate question in the split second before the music claims us. Her dark eyes lock onto mine, her voice a ghost of a sound, meant only for me. "Clara, above us." There is no time to process, no time to form a plan. The first notes of the pas de deux begin, and our bodies, honed by a lifetime of discipline, respond. We step into the light. We are no longer dancing a fairy tale. We are fighting a war on two fronts, one against the demanding choreography, and another against an unseen enemy lurking in the darkness above our heads. The performance is a lie, a beautiful, breathtaking lie. To the thousands of eyes watching, we are a prince and a princess, lost in a perfect romantic dream. They see our flawless synergy, the electric, blazing chemistry we no longer have to fake. They see the story of two lovers. They do not see the truth. They do not see the silent, frantic dialogue in our eyes. With every turn, her gaze flicks upward for a fraction of a second. Anything? With every lift, my own eyes scan the dark, complex grid of rigging and catwalks. Nothing yet. Our hands, clasped together, become a telegraph system. A slight sharp squeeze from her as we pass stage left is a warning. She's there. I squeeze back, a firm, steady pressure that says, "I know. I've got you." We are a single entity, a creature with 4 eyes, 2 hearts, and one unified purpose: to survive this dance. We move into the second act. The energy shifts. The music soars, building toward the final, triumphant coda. This is it, the most demanding, most spectacular part of the ballet. And the most dangerous. As Giselle begins her solo variation, a dazzling display of speed and grace, I move to my starting position in the wings. But I am not resting. I am hunting. My gaze sweeps the catwalks, and this time I see her, a shadow detaching itself from other shadows, high above, stage right. Clara, and I see what she's doing. She's leaning over a thick black rope, her movements small but deliberate. My blood turns to ice. It's a sandbag, a heavy 80-pound counterweight from the fly system used to balance the massive set pieces. It hangs directly over the center stage mark where Giselle is meant to hold her final, breathtaking pose before our final lift. The choreography is a death sentence. The music is building, a frantic, beautiful crescendo. Giselle is a blur of motion, spinning, leaping, a whirlwind of tulle and light. She doesn't see the danger. She is trusting me to be her eyes. I have less than 5 seconds. I can't shout. I can't stop the show. The choreography demands that I wait. But if I wait, she will die. So I break the rules. With the orchestra swelling to a fever pitch, I explode from the wings. It is not my cue, but I don't care. I launch myself into a series of powerful, desperate grand jetés, soaring across the stage in a frantic, diagonal line toward her. The audience gasps, a single shocked sound. They think this is passion, a prince so overcome with love he cannot wait to join his princess. They don't see that I am in a race with gravity. Giselle sees me coming. She sees the wild, desperate look in my eyes. Her own eyes widen, but there is no fear. There is only absolute, unwavering trust. She understands. She adapts. As I land for my final leap, I don't stop. I sweep her up, not into the planned static lift, but into a wildly dangerous spinning carry I haven't attempted since my reckless youth. I use all my power, all my rage, all my love for her, and I propel us across the stage, away from the center mark, away from the bullseye. Just as we clear the space, the rope above gives way. The sandbag plummets from the ceiling. It doesn't whistle. It falls with a silent, murderous speed, and hits the stage with a sickening, explosive thud that echoes through the theater like a gunshot. It lands on the exact spot where she would have been. The audience lets out a collective scream of terror and confusion. The orchestra falters for a single, horrified beat. This is not part of the show. This is real. But we don't stop. Fueled by a surge of pure, violent adrenaline, I complete the impossible improvised lift. I set her down gently on stage as the orchestra, recovering, crashes into its final triumphant chord. We hit our final pose. Her chest is heaving against my hand. My own lungs are on fire. For a single, solitary second, the entire sold-out theater is utterly, profoundly silent. The kind of silence that follows a disaster. Then it erupts. It is not applause. It is a roar. A primal, visceral sound of shock and relief and sheer, unadulterated awe. 3,000 people are on their feet, their applause a physical force that washes over us. I look at Giselle. Her face is streaked with tears, her chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. She is looking at me, and in her eyes I see not just love, but the fierce, beautiful, terrifying light of a soul who has stared into the abyss and chosen to dance anyway. I break. I shatter every rule, every piece of choreography, every ounce of professional decorum. I pull her into my arms, and I kiss her. Right there, in the blinding glare of the spotlight, in front of 3,000 witnesses, I kiss her with all the raw, desperate, triumphant passion of a person who has just been granted a miracle. It is not the prince kissing the sugar plum fairy. It is Sebastian Cole kissing Giselle de Lune. It is a desperate, public, and undeniable claim. The roar of the crowd becomes a deafening tsunami of sound. The grand curtain begins to fall, a wall of red velvet that seals us in our own private world, the thunder of the ovation on the other side. The moment the curtain touches the stage, the backstage world explodes. Julian is screaming, his voice hysterical with a joy that completely misunderstands what he just saw. My God! That was brilliant! That was magic! What was that lift? Where did that come from? I don't answer. I grab Giselle's hand. Come with me, I growl, my voice a raw command. I pull her through the chaos of backslapping dancers and frantic stagehands into the relative quiet of my dressing room and slam the door, locking it behind us. The adrenaline is a fire in my veins. The nearness of death has ignited a desperate, violent need for life. The door is barely shut before we are on each other, a frantic collision of mouths and hands. This is not about lovemaking. This is about life. This is about the brutal, beautiful, undeniable fact that we are both still breathing. Things are getting pretty spicy again. But don't worry, you can get all the details from the unabridged version of this book, or YouTube can't tell us what we can and can't narrate, from VixaVonRomance.com. Get a special 40% off with code VIXA40 and enjoy this pleasure at a discount. Thanks for listening. Cole, de Lune! It's Julian, his voice breathless with excitement on the other side. You have a curtain call. They won't stop screaming for you. Get out here, now! I look at Giselle, her lips swollen from my kisses, her eyes dark and luminous. The roar of the crowd is a distant thunder. She gives me a slow, exhausted, triumphant smile. It's time to face the world we just conquered.
Chapter 29. Giselle. Julian's frantic, joyful pounding on the dressing room door is the sound of the outside world crashing back in. Curtain call. Now. They won't stop screaming for you. Sebastian is still inside me. Our bodies still tangled. Our hearts still hammering in a frantic, matched rhythm. He pulls back, his forehead resting against mine, his breath warm and ragged against my lips. We have to go, he says, his voice a low, rough growl. A shaky, adrenaline-fueled laugh escapes me as I fumble with the strap of my ruined costume. Give me 10 seconds before I have to face your adoring public. He catches my chin, his eyes blazing with a fierce, possessive light that makes my toes curl. They're your public, Giselle. I'm just the guy lucky enough to hold you up. We pull ourselves together in a frantic, fumbling mess and step out of the dressing room, hand in hand, back into the pandemonium of the wings. The clamor of the audience on the other side of the curtain is a physical force, a wave of pure, thunderous energy. We take our curtain call, and then another, and another. They won't let us go. Flowers rain down on the stage, a shower of roses and lilies. The audience is on its feet, their faces a blur of screaming, ecstatic joy. I look at Sebastian. His face is a mask of dazed, incredulous shock. He has never experienced this before, not like this. Not with this raw, unadulterated adoration, free from the shadow of his past. A slow, brilliant smile of pure, unadulterated wonder spreads across his face. He brings my hand to his lips and kisses my knuckles, a prince's gesture performed with a lover's heart. When we finally come off stage from our last bow, the backstage chaos has a new, sharp focus. A small, silent group is waiting for us. Maestro Dubois, a severe-looking woman from the company's board, and 2 grim-faced security guards. Held firmly between them is Clara. Her costume is immaculate, but her face is a mask of pale, venomous fury. She looks less like a captured rival and more like a cornered snake. Clara, Dubois says, his voice grim and formal. A stagehand witnessed you descending from the catwalks immediately after the incident with the sandbag. He saw shadows, Clara spits, her eyes locked on me. It was dark, his word against mine. But I saw you go up, Clara, I say, my voice cold and clear, right as the overture began. She lets out a high, unhinged laugh. Oh, of course. The tragic heroine and her pet monster. Tell me, who are they going to believe? Me? Or the unstable head case you had to sleep with to secure this role? The ugly accusation hangs in the air. The board member's expression hardens. Before I can even form a response, Sebastian steps forward, his calm a terrifying counterpoint to Clara's hysteria. You're right, Clara, he says, pulling out his phone. Who would they believe? He doesn't look at her. He addresses Dubois and the board member. A simple accusation is a messy thing, so we found something a little more definitive. He presses play. The screen illuminates his face as he holds it out for them to see. I watch their expressions shift from professional concern to pure, unadulterated horror as the grainy video plays. The furtive movements, the glint of the blade against the ribbon of my shoe, the smug, satisfied look on Clara's face. My God, Dubois whispers, his voice a choked, horrified sound. The video is damning, but Sebastian isn't done. He pockets his phone, his gaze finally settling on Clara with a chilling surgical intensity. Sabotage is an art form for you, isn't it? He says, his voice dangerously quiet. This wasn't your first time. I don't know what you're talking about, she seethes. Don't you? He asks. My friend, who is very good at finding things, just confirmed the financials for me. He tracked the untraceable payment that went to a photographer named Marco Finch, the one who was paid to be backstage the night Anya Volkov's career ended. He takes a step closer to her, his presence a towering, intimidating force. The shell corporation that paid him is owned by your family's holding company. You've been doing this for years, haven't you? Leaving a trail of broken bodies in your wake to get to the top. Anya was just the first. Giselle was supposed to be the last. Clara doesn't confess. She doesn't have to. She just looks at him, her beautiful face twisted into a mask of pure, undiluted hatred. Her silence is the loudest confession of all. The board member turns to Dubois, her voice shaking with a cold, controlled fury. Get her out of this theater. Her contract is terminated, Effective immediately. I want a full legal team here in the morning. And call the police. Clara is led away, still silent. A fallen queen being escorted from her ruined kingdom. Her career, her reputation, her entire life is over. Dubois turns to us, his own face ashen with a profound soul-deep shame. Sebastian, Giselle, he begins, his voice thick. Words are inadequate. The trust I broke with both of you. My failure to see what was happening in my own company. He shakes his head, unable to finish. For what it's worth, I am profoundly sorry. And I was wrong. He walks away, a broken man, leaving us standing in the suddenly quiet backstage area. The victory is absolute, but it feels strangely hollow. The next morning, the world explodes. I'm in Sebastian's apartment. Our apartment now, it seems. And we're huddled over his laptop, a shared mug of coffee between us. The reviews are a tidal wave of ecstatic praise. A star is born in Duluth, a ballerina of once-in-a-generation talent. Cole's triumphant, heroic return to the stage is the stuff of legend. Death-defying chemistry, a performance so dangerous and so beautiful, it will be talked about for years to come. But it's the other story, the one that breaks an hour later in a major arts journal, that makes me cry. The headline is simple, Vindication. The article lays out the entire story, including details from the anonymous source, Josh, I'm sure, who leaked the information about the paid photographer 4 years ago. The old stagehand's blog post. The pattern of sabotage. The truth. I watch Sebastian as he reads it, his face carefully blank, but I see the slight tremor in his hand. I see the years of shame and guilt and self-loathing, finally begin to recede from his eyes. He is no longer Sebastian Cole, the boy who failed. He is Sebastian Cole, the hero who was vindicated. He looks up from the screen and meets my eyes, and the look of pure, unadulterated relief on his face is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. That night, the opening night party is a surreal, glittering whirlwind. We are the undisputed king and queen of the ball. Everyone wants a piece of us. Sponsors, critics, board members, fellow dancers. The pressure in the room became immense with the scent of champagne and success. It's overwhelming, a joyous, chaotic crush of people. I'm pulled into a conversation with a wealthy patron, laughing at a joke I don't quite hear, and I realize I've lost Sebastian in the crowd. A moment of panic, sharp and irrational, flares in my chest. And then, I feel a warm, familiar hand slip into mine. I turn, and he is there, his eyes finding me through the noise and the glitter. He leans in, his lips brushing against my ear, his voice a low, intimate murmur that cuts through all the chaos. I'm proud of us, he says, but this is too loud. He pulls back, and his gaze is full of a quiet, desperate need. A separate matter entirely. The applause or the praise. It's a need that mirrors my own. I just want you, he says. And he begins to lead me away from the party, through a side door, leaving the celebration, the noise, and the entire world behind.
Chapter 30. Sebastian. 2 weeks. It has been exactly 2 weeks since the night the world cracked open and remade itself around us. 2 weeks of living in a surreal whirlwind of press conferences, ecstatic reviews, and contract offers that are more like telephone numbers. And it has been 2 weeks of this, the quiet, breathtaking miracle of a Sunday morning. I'm standing in the kitchen of Giselle's apartment, our apartment, and I am committing a culinary atrocity. The smoke alarm is, so far, remaining mercifully silent, which is the only thing going right. You know, Giselle's voice, warm and laced with laughter, says from behind me, for a man who can lift a human being over his head with perfect, effortless grace, you're surprisingly terrible at flipping a pancake. I scrape the blackened, misshapen lump from the pan and drop it onto a plate. It's a different application of physics, I say, pointing my spatula at her for emphasis. She's leaning against the doorframe, a vision in an old t-shirt and shorts, her natural hair a glorious, untamed cloud around her head. This requires a spatula-based fulcrum that I have not yet mastered. Uh-huh, she says, her eyes dancing with amusement. She walks over, stealing a piece of bacon from another plate. Just admit it. You're a menace in the kitchen. I am not a menace, I counter, gesturing to the perfectly cooked bacon. I am a specialist. My talents are specific. Specifically, burning pancakes, she teases, her voice a soft melody that makes this tiny kitchen feel like the grandest ballroom. She comes to stand beside me, her hip brushing against mine. Here, let me. She takes the bowl of batter, and in a few minutes, she's created a stack of perfectly round, golden brown pancakes. We eat at her small kitchen table, the sunlight streaming in, the easy silence filled only with the clink of our forks and the soft sounds of the city waking up outside. Can you believe it's only been 2 weeks? She asks, her voice softer now. Sometimes it feels like that night was another lifetime. I reach across the table and take her hand, my thumb stroking the back of it. Everything before you feels like another lifetime, I say. And the truth of the words is so simple, so absolute. It settles deep in my bones. After breakfast, a comfortable, lazy quiet descends. She puts on a record of Bach's cello suites, and the familiar, intricate music fills the apartment. She's in the main room, in that perfect patch of sunlight by the window, moving through the slow, fluid stretches that are as natural to her as breathing. I grab my sketchbook from the coffee table. The act is open, easy. There are no more secrets here. Stay right there, I say, my voice low. In the sunlight, I want to draw you. She turns her head, a playful, curious light in her eyes. Am I allowed to talk while the great artist is at work? Only if you don't move your head, I say, my charcoal stick already moving across the page, trying to capture the impossible curve of her neck. Don't call me that. What should I call you then? She teases, holding her pose. My personal pancake-burning chef? I don't even look up from the page, a slow smile spreading across my face. God, no. Just call me yours. The silence that follows is soft and full of meaning. She holds still, a perfect living sculpture while I draw. My hand moves with a sureness I've never felt before, not to document her technique, but to capture her essence. The peace, the strength, the light that seems to emanate from her very skin. Hold still, I murmur, focusing on a detail. I'm trying to get the little moon on your shoulder. My map point, she says softly. Tell me that story again, I ask, my eyes still on the page. And she does. She tells me about her mother, about the matching birthmark, about the idea of always having a guide to find your way home. I listen and I draw, and I think that I was lost for so long, and then I found her. My own map home. I'm done. I look at the drawing, at the woman on the page, and then at the woman in my living room, and my heart is so full I can barely breathe. Can I see it? She asks, her voice full of a soft curiosity. I nod, my throat suddenly tight. She gets up and comes over, kneeling on the rug beside me. I turn the sketchbook around and show her. Her breath catches. It is not a drawing of the sugar plum fairy in all her glittering, untouchable perfection. It's just her. Giselle. As she was a moment ago, kneeling in the sunlight, her face tilted up, her eyes closed in a moment of quiet, peaceful bliss. I've captured the soft, content curve of her lips, the strength in her shoulders, the utter serenity of a woman who is completely, finally, at peace. Her eyes trace the lines of the drawing, and I see them begin to glisten. Then her gaze drops to the single, two-word caption I've written in careful script at the bottom of the page. My partner, The final resonant note of a Bach cello suite hangs in the sun-drenched air of our living room. Giselle sits across from me on the floor, her back against the sofa, a half-empty mug of coffee cradled in her hands. The morning light streams through the large window, catching the dust motes as they dance and illuminating her in a way that makes my heart ache with a quiet, overwhelming force. She looks up, a soft, knowing smile on her lips, as if she can feel the weight of my gaze. She lifts her head and looks at me, her dark eyes swimming with an emotion so deep it makes my own chest ache. "On stage and off," she whispers, her voice thick. "The question is about everything. About partnership, about trust, about us." I reach out, my hand cupping her jaw, my thumb gently stroking the smooth, warm skin of her cheek. "Always," I whisper, my voice a low, steady vow that holds the weight of every promise I ever intend to make, in every way that matters. She leans in and kisses me, a soft, tender, and profound kiss that tastes of sunlight and coffee and 1,000 unspoken promises. She starts to pull back, but I slide my other hand to the nape of her neck, tangling my fingers in her soft hair, holding her there. I'm not ready to let this moment go. I pull her down onto the soft, sun-drenched rug with me, our bodies sinking into the warmth. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. Afterward, we lie wrapped in each other's arms on the floor, our bodies warmed by the sun, the soft notes of the cello suite still filling the air. She's curled against my side, her head on my chest, her soft, even breathing a balm to my soul. The crushing, terrifying silence that once defined my life is gone, replaced by the steady beat of her heart against my chest, by the quiet music of our shared future. The performance is over, but our dance has just begun.